Welcome, everybody. It's our December meeting, and it's great to see you all, even if it's all on video. Warren, would you like to do roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Members of the board, please give me a verbal response when I call your name so we can note you present on the roll. I will start out by saying, Madam DeVore, that Mr. Ahrens, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Kenyon are excused this morning. Mr. Brown?
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mr. Coyne?
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Ms. DeVore?
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Easley?
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mr. Kinsler? No, Jason. Mr. Klein?
I am present.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning. Mr. Law?
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Miss Moore?
Present.
Thank you, Aaron. Good morning. Pam, are you on?
Present.
Thank you, Miss Thayer. And Miss Tomasi.
I'm here.
All right. We didn't happen to pick up Mr. Kinsler in there, did we? Otherwise, Madam Co-Chair, that does represent a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Warren. First item in the packet is approval of minutes from our September meeting. Did anybody have any changes, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Kim.
Okay, Kathy moved. Pam, may I assume you'd like to second? Okay, all in favor of approval of the September 30th meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Just want to point out to everybody in your packet, we have written reports from the field operations team for our regionals who put these together. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed reading the update from all of the different regional communities throughout the state. I know how much time, it's amazing that small summary of what you've done for the last quarter is, it should be voluminous in its nature. I know how much you support and spend time in those communities. So thank you very much. Board members, please take the opportunity to read through all of those and reach out with any questions that you have. Josh, would you like to give us your CEO and strategy report?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I appreciate that. And members of the board, thanks for joining in today. Really looking forward to going through today's meeting and working through some of the projects and some of the memos that we have. I think it's really a good agenda to go through. And I think for my report, I'm not going to be able to wow you with any PowerPoint slides or anything like that. But I thought I would, well, not that I do that anyway. But I thought I would talk a little bit about where we've been over the course of the year, and also to make sure that everyone understands kind of how we're setting ourselves up for the new year and the new years that are coming down the pike. Many of you will remember that last time we talked about the foundational projects and the work that our teams were doing to really develop some consistency and some tools internally that would allow us to be much more efficient and effective at really creating the framework. And I like to think of it as our goal is to create the framework that allows communities and allows businesses to thrive in the state. And Kim, you said it a moment ago that our team and our regional team does an awful lot of work in their communities. They work really, really hard to make sure that they're there for businesses, for community members, and really help to build, to fill in the gaps on capacity. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was be able to provide some structure, not just for them, but our entire team to be able to serve the state better. And those foundational projects, they'll likely never wrap up, but a big iteration was completed on December 1st. And You'll remember that those really centered around communications, which we called Unity. Our services division, which is out there really trying to understand what our customers need and then deliver it, which includes was called the HOPS team. And then you'll remember that we had our platform team that was all about our investments. And then the entire organization was part of one of those teams. So we had people spread out and different perspectives on all of those teams. And it was a really good thing for us. And I almost said a really good exercise, but that's not what it was at all. Because while it definitely was exercise, we got stronger because of it. And so the result of those are really processes and ways that we do things that will help not only us, but we envision and we will continue to push those out to our communities so that they can begin to use those tools. They can begin to utilize those processes better. They can really begin to understand how we help them. And I think it's an important thing because for us to continue to do that, because we have and will continue to have a pretty small team. We will continue to operate as lean and as efficiently as possible. And in doing so, we're going to have to continue to empower communities to do the things they need to do, to be able to utilize our partners as effectively as possible, and really make sure that we're continuing to think about how does the work that we do get leveraged across the 99 communities, the 23 counties, the 10s, 50s of the economic development and organization, and then the leadership across the state. How do we make it really easy for those folks who want to make a difference to thrive in that environment? And I know that sounds a little bit esoteric, and it sounds like, how does that really work? But we do have some examples across the state of that already working. And in some communities and with some of the organizations that we work with, that's working really, really well because they're leveraging the work we're doing and they're actually putting it on the ground. And I think that's an important component because 30-ish people, I should say, are going to have a pretty difficult time making a big difference in the state one-on-one with communities, one-on-one with business owners. But if we can continue to look for ways that we can, again, sort of multiply ourselves with tools, with good leadership, with policy and funding mechanisms that make sense and can be utilized by folks that are doing this every day in their communities, I think we'll make a much bigger difference with our team. And it was likely the intent of the Business Council when it was originally created. And so to that end, one of the things that is really important, and it's something that this time of the year is going on, is our budget. And our budget request was what I will call very aggressive. And it's because I believe we shouldn't be shy about the challenge we face. I don't think we should be shy about what's going to be required to begin to make that change. And I think we need to help everyone understand that the work we do can make a huge difference, and the work that we do isn't free. It does require the resources in people. It requires the resources in funding to really, truly, make trajectory changes and accelerate that change throughout the state. And as we think about this, I want everyone to remember that it is always going to be the role of the Business Council to continue to develop that change and build that resilience in our economy, because nothing is static when you think about the world and the economy that helps it run. Nothing is static, and we will continue to create systems that allow that change to happen a lot easier. And so I think a lot of people are pointing to the economy as if today it's more important than it was 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, but it's no more important now than it was then. And it's just that right now we're feeling some pinches, and all of us around this table and the folks that are listening that do economic development around the state, they all know that the things that we do today matter in 5, 10, 15 years down the road. And so we have to continue to work on leading that change throughout the state. It's something that I think I've learned over the course of this last year that that we've got a lot of work to do, and it's going to require the entire state to do so. And so when we crafted that budget, we wanted to make sure that people realize we do have a big job. We need the resources to make it happen. And of course, the state's in a spot where it's really tough to have a big ask like that and get it funded. I mean, just the practicalities of it are really tough. But we do feel like we will be able to create change with a budget that stays flat or a budget that is much bigger. We believe we will be able to create change. And the way I kind of look at that is that if our budget stays flat, we will just have to change a lot of the ways that we work. And again, the foundational projects were a start to how that can happen, because those processes and tools will allow us to be more effective, and they'll allow the communities in which we work and want to create that framework to thrive to be able to utilize those tools as well. And I think that providing that leadership and making it more of a multiplier effect rather than a one-on-one is going to be a key to that. At the same time that our budget is going to be going to, it's gone through the governor's office, and a couple positions were added, which I think are going to make a really big difference, because we do need folks in business retention and expansion. And we also need folks to look at some markets and industries and look at, we call it economics with the big E, to make sure that we're looking at the right areas and that we're utilizing the assets that we have in the state in the right way. So that's an exciting thing that, of course, it's got to go through joint appropriations and then through the legislature and all of that fun. But we really feel like we can do something with that. But again, if you take the now mid 30-ish people, the 35-ish people that we might have, it's still going to be a big lift. And what that means is that the work that we do every day is going to morph over time. And it's something that I think all of us understand, that we've got to continue to work toward that big E of economics. And how do we move the policy and funding mechanisms to have the biggest impact, not just for one community, but across multiple communities? And how do we do that? And I know as board members, I've heard a lot of feedback over the last year for sure. I think 2020 had its own challenges and we faced those pretty well. But over the last year for sure, I've heard a lot from board members who are willing to help and to see that it's really about us making one or two moves that impact 10 or 20 communities, not one or two moves that help one or two businesses or communities. And so I think that's a really exciting philosophy that the board shares and that we've been working hard to enact. Along those lines, it is going to mean change. And I think the communities that we serve are going to continue to grow. They're going to continue to grow in their capacity. And we want to be able to help that as well, because I think that there are ways that we can develop educational tools, online and partnership and collaboration tools that will allow our communities to be able to again, do a lot of the work that they want to do. And frankly, they know better than we do what's going on in their communities. They have the ability, they have the passion. And so we want to continue to provide the tools that will enable them to do that. And I think that that's a big component of us being able to work on some of these more exciting things. And so you're probably wondering, well, what are some of those exciting things that you're talking about? And what does that mean? Well, we have, with the constraint of a steady budget, we'll call it a steady budget. With the constraint of that budget, we do have a lot of things that are coming our way that are new. If you look, and they're also, we'll call them limited time offers, right? So the ARPA money that is coming our way and that we may be able to utilize to help the economy of the state, it's a one-time thing for the next few years. So we've really got to take advantage of it. And that's a completely new program, if you will, that we see. The infrastructure bill and what it represents is going to also require a lot of work from us to be able to address it. Because in that case, while I would say that all money is competitive to get it, and the ARPA money is really no different, the infrastructure bill is set up in a way that is completely competitive. And so for us to get the money that we need to do the work that we need to help our economy be more resilient, we're going to have to do a lot of grant writing and competitive work with other agencies in the state just to compete against other states and to make sure that our projects are seen in the best light. And that's going to require the expertise that our people have and the connections throughout the state that our people have. But again, it's going to change those interactions. And in my mind, it's much more important to go after these one-time, big-time dollars that could really make a difference in our state, so that in the future, we'll have those industries here, we'll have those opportunities here. And so that's going to require us to work on different things. And again, I think we had a really good test of that in 2020. I know we talk about the business relief programs quite a bit, but they were a good test of us focusing our effort on something that was a departure from our norm in order to make a difference. And we did that in a short time. And I think that we're still in that spot. Even though over the next few years, it's going to feel maybe a little less intense, I want everyone to realize that that's something that we cannot ignore. It's something that we cannot say, oh, well, let's just go back to our normal course of business and ride this out. These things are once in a career type of things. These packages are not going to come along every couple of years for us. And the opportunity is, frankly, that we're going to have to strike while the iron is hot, and we're going to have to do it with our team, and of course partners across the state. We have a lot of help from other agencies that are really plugged into this, but we're going to have to focus on it, and that is going to create a bit of a change within the communities that we work. And I know that our community partners have worked closely with us over the years for a lot of things, and I think that I know for a fact that all of our regional team and our services team and our investments team have really big hearts, and they know how to put their work boots on and go to work for their communities. And I want everyone to understand that that's still going to happen. It's just, it might look a little different because the work we're doing is hopefully setting it up so that many communities can benefit from this work. I think it's really key to understand how that fits into our strategy. It doesn't change our strategy at all. The core industries and leveraging them to activate new sectors, that's what we do. That's absolutely what we do. And it's a great backdrop for all of the work that we're going to embark upon with ARPA and the infrastructure bill and how we go after those. And one big component of that is what I'll call adaptive problem solving, not necessarily planning, but we're looking at how do we really take not what Wyoming wants to do, which a lot of plans, whether it be a local level or a state level, a lot of those plans are based on what we want to do. And one of the areas that we're focusing on now with work in economics with the folks at the Harvard Growth Lab, with the statewide SEDS that we're embarking in targeted industry studies, is less about what we want to do and more about what we can and should do. And I think there's a key component there. So just for a moment, I want us all to think about the idea of being aspirational versus the idea of being practical. And it's great to be aspirational. I do think that we need to have a vision. We need to do that, but I think it has to be grounded in economic principles. And it has to be grounded in those things that will actually work, not just for us. I think a lot of times we say, well, we want to do this because that's what the vision we see for Wyoming. That's fine. However, we have to remember that the people that are going to develop the economy here and the companies that are either going to grow or come to Wyoming and then grow aren't looking at it from what Wyoming wants. They're looking at it from what they want. And they're looking at it from a perspective of how do the economics work? And whether that's big E economics and markets, or whether that's little e economics of the deals that they're looking at, economics matters. And what we want is to be practical. And what we want is to go for those things that we can and should approach. And so from a strategy point of view, I think it fits in really, really nicely. We know what we have. We know what we're really good at today. And we want to be able to leverage it to what we can do in the future and what's going to be around in the future. And then we've got to understand, how do we move the needle and what levers do we pull for those new industries? So when it comes to strategy, I've been thinking about this a lot. We have been gifted, Wyoming as a state has been gifted with a wealth of natural resources that a lot of states are very envious of. I think we can all agree that our natural resources, and I mean the ones below ground and the ones above ground, by the way, are really, really important to us. And we have leveraged the heck out of those. If you think about the energy that we produce in this state and what we are able to do for our country with that, it's pretty outstanding. But I think about natural resources too, as the rivers that run through us and people float on and enjoy. I think about it as the off-road capability that some communities have. And then of course we have a few mountains that people are pretty darn excited about. And all of those things are competitive advantages for us that we've always had. And so when I think about the strategy, I think about, okay, well, as we embark into the next wave of economy and building that resilience, do we know what the levers are? Do we know what a particular industry needs and whether we can supply it or not, and whether we can supply it better than someone or not? I think about, and there are some projects that are coming at us even today. I think about, in some cases, we have found what's really, really critical to a particular industry. I'm thinking of data centers in particular. There are some really key levers for that industry that we have figured out. And we are at least on par with other states. Now we found them out, we're utilizing them. And we've seen that industry grow in Wyoming. And we also know where it doesn't grow. And it's because they don't have the economic levers that we have. And so our challenge over the next few years is going to be to understand what those levers are and what we can pull and what we can't, so that we can decide not just what we can do, but what we should not do. Because I think all of us have seen that and lived that quote about strategy, that strategy is just as much about what you don't do as what you do. And I think that's a really key thing for us as we embark upon this idea of understanding and developing the problem statement, and then doing the sort of the adaptive problem solving that we need to do from an economic standpoint. We have to be able to say, yeah, that would be really cool. However, that one just doesn't fit economically. And no matter how bad you want it, it may not fit. And I'm all for yes if. And so sometimes the things that follow if are impossible, and we have to be okay with that. We have to say that that's probably not going to work like that. And so as we kind of embark upon 2022 and we think about how we're going to work and the things that we're going to do and the opportunities that are in front of us over the next few years, I want everybody to understand that, yeah, things are going to change, but if you look ahead and if at the pleasure of the board, I'm still here in years 2024, 2025, 2026, I'm not sure that my message is going to change much. It's going to be that things will continue to change. We will continue to look at how the strategy can be implemented in a problem-solving and iterative way, and so that we can really find out what are the things that we can do and should do, and less about the things that we just really want to do. And so that takes me to a pretty critical and I think a practical and concrete example of all of this. And that's the work that we've been doing with the strike team. And on the governor's strike team, we've been working not only to understand the problems that we have out in the state and the things that we might be able to do, but we've also been working closely, and Marcio from our strategy team has been working really closely with just organizing a lot of the effort and doing it in a way that is about finding the best solutions and then helping provide that information to the governor so that then he can put his plan together. And over the course of the next week, he'll be doing just that based on the work of the strike team from multiple agencies across the state, as well as help from us to not just talk about the economy and the goals that are on our plate, but also to think about what's ARPA eligible. What are the health and human services aspects that we've got to look at, and really combining all of that into one proposal. A number of people across the state have worked really, really hard to put forth proposals that they feel like will make a difference. And I think maybe some of you have heard the numbers, like 100 and some proposals and $3 billion worth of asks. Well, we got to be in the mix and try to understand how do we take that big number and put it into the context that's ARPA eligible. We'll pass muster with the legislature who will see it and work on that, and then be possible to achieve. And it's gone from $3 billion worth of asks down to really about $500 million that's available to us right now in this first tranche of ARPA money, and then even half of that for the things that really we can work on. So we're talking about $250 million of things that the Wyoming Business Council could be eligible for. Now, again, there are other competing interests and other things that we're going to look at. And so how do we take the money that we could get from that and do something good with it? Well, to do this, we created a framework that says it's not just about the point issues and the things that we all know will work. There are some of those, and we call those technical problems. That's when a problem is really well defined and we know the answer, and we just need to do it with money and people. So I'll give you an example. One of those technical challenges that we know about has to do with the Business Ready Communities program. We have a number of projects that are in flight right now that are at risk of not finishing because inflation and building materials and the supply chains have been so disrupted and so inflated that those projects with their original budgets will not get done. And so a technical solution to that is to say, hey, let's find out how short all of these projects are. Let's tally that up, and let's present that as an option for a technical solution from this ARPA money. Pretty simple. And we hope that makes the cut. We believe that it will. I think that a lot of people understand that those projects are good projects. They're going to make a difference, and we want to see them through to completion. But we also know that, gosh, a shortfall because of the way building materials and costs have gone up, it's totally reasonable and it's understandable. And I don't think any of us wanted to buy plywood over the course of this last year, for sure. And so we realized that that's something that's important. And how do we take just a little bit of that money and apply it? That's a technical problem. Again, really well defined. We know what the number is. The people that are doing the work just need some more money to finish. And so we're hoping that is a technical problem that we can solve with this money. But we also know that there are bigger problems out there that are much more like adaptive problems that we don't know, they're not even that well defined. And because a lot of the planning that we've always done over the course of our lives in the business council and the state economics area has been aspirational and what we want to do, frankly, we have to kind of look with a different lens and look more at the big E economics and look at how do we actually accomplish the things that make sense. And so we've got some of that in planning. And I'm a little cautious to use the word planning because it's not really planning. It's really more understanding and then developing programs and policies that will make a difference. And so we've engaged two people on our team, Jill Tregemba and Marcio Paez Barreto, have been working with a Harvard course called Leading Economic Growth. And I think I might have mentioned this the last time. Those two folks are working on it, but we have 3 other people throughout the state that are also taking that course at the same time. One person from the Wyoming Energy Authority, one person from the University of Wyoming, and one person in the governor's office. And it's been very enlightening for them because it's looking at the hardcore economics of it. How do we do what we need to do with what we have? And how do we actually set an aspiration that is reasonable? And so that work can continue. And again, that's an adaptive challenge that we are looking to utilize ARPA funding for so that we can continue to say what is most important. And then that will inform future funding mechanism, future policy. Again, something that this board will then begin to enact. And so we're really excited about that adaptive challenges part. We also know that there are core industries in our state that frankly, they need some money to do some projects or to show some work being done on projects so that we have a better chance at the infrastructure bill. Other states, frankly, in some cases, they're ahead of us. And they have put money toward projects and we need to do the same. And so we really feel like that idea of more looking at it from an adaptive challenge, not if we just do this, everything will be fine, but really more of we're going to have to fund this for a while, stop, look around, learn, fund it again, and continue to move forward like that. I think that's an important component of it. So those technical challenges and the adaptive challenges are something that we're facing from a strategy point of view. And as you look at our team, and as I roll it back to what I would call the budget, I want everybody to realize that the team we have, the team of professionals that we have, we what do we say? We always fight above our weight, and all of that is true, and that's great. But you can only do so many things well. And right now, focusing on these big things that are coming down the pike are way too critical for us to not do them very, very well. I believe our team is structured to do so. I believe we have the right, not just the right people, but we're developing the right processes to do it. But it's going to represent a change. And again, fast forward a few years, I'm going to be saying the same thing. It's just going to be changing in that direction that we want to continue to change. So I think it really kind of gets back to the roots of what the Wyoming Business Council was put forth to do, was to create a framework in our economy that allows our communities to be resilient and thrive. And we're going to continue to do that. I think that we had a nice little departure in 2020 that actually taught us a lot about focus and about doing the right things at the right time and the benefit from that. And we're going to continue that. I'm really, really excited about not just the foundational projects we've done and the work that we're doing on the strike team, but I really think the support we've had from our partners and our communities and the folks around the state who say, you know, that makes sense to us. We really want to be a part of that. And so I'm excited about what the next year will bring based on the work we've already done so far. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have. I'm really looking forward to discussing some of the projects today and how they fit into that vision. And really, frankly, even though things are challenging right now, extremely bullish about where we're going. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Board members? Questions, comments? Bueller? Just kidding.
Madam Co-Chair. So, Josh, our budget versus the governor's budget, are those essentially in line or not so much, or how's that working out for us?
Josh?
Madam Co-Chair, if I might address that.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, our budget ask was on the order of $188 million for a biennium. Our normal budget is somewhere on the order of $45 million for a biennium. So as you can see, we were quite aggressive. And I really feel like that's important for us to say what we think it would take to do what we need to do. Now, of course, again, we have some constraints in the budget and in the process that frankly we're not going to be able to get that 188 million. I mean, I'm really excited to continue to try, but that's going to be challenging, just the state of our economy. So there's a pretty good difference, and we'll go in front of JAC in January to discuss that budget. So great question, thank you.
Mark, I see you have your hand
Madam
up.
Co-Chair.
After?
Yeah, thank you. And Josh, just maybe a comment more than a question, but I like your lines of thought of what's the right thing to do and versus aspirational. I hope in this course sometime we can find some areas where some aspirational things become the right thing to do. So anyway, this is my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I would agree with you, Mark. And many times that's the exciting things we come across because they do line up in both areas. Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh, this is another question for you in the budget. So if I heard you correctly, 285 million we're asking for from the ARPA funds, is that correct? Wyoming Business Council generally around that amount?
Madam Co-Chair and Ms. Tomasi, no, we have a pool of about 250 million within the ARP funding that we would be eligible for. A lot of so there's about half a billion, so $500 million that we have at our disposal right now in that first tranche of money from the federal government as a state. And
okay,
that,
I didn't understand that. I thought, well, that's quite a healthy amount.
Yeah, so I'll provide a little bit of color to that. So there's about $500 million, so $500 million that we have available to us through that ARPA funding. Now, from that, a certain part of that money must be used for what are called ARPA eligible expenses. And ultimately, those are for health and human services, disadvantaged populations, and COVID directly related to COVID problems. So you can kind of think about the things that we're looking at from an aspirational economic standpoint. They don't really fit that portion. And that's a pretty good chunk of that money. It's over half. So the piece that we have at our disposal is slightly less than half of that, but that's not at just our disposal. That is all of the agencies across the state looking at it as how they can utilize that money to further the state. And so the amount of money that we proposed on was I believe close to $1 billion of things that we asked for. Given the budget, we're not going to get that either. However, we weren't alone in those big asks of money. A lot of other agencies were asking for a lot of things too. And so that's the process that we've been working on the strike team of trying to understand, are there areas that we can work together? Are there areas that maybe just don't make sense today, so let's not fund them? And what can we kind of do with these goals to make a difference? And so that is probably more like a $250-ish million originally starting budget, but of that, I don't know how much we'll get.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood that, so thank you. I appreciate it.
So I just have a few thoughts and I'll try to keep them very short. But as you were talking through this, Josh, there was a few things that resonated with me that I want to make sure we share with the board. Number one, I keep reminding myself This is not a new thing. And I mean, I think back, this is my chair term will be up in March. I am the third chair to be working on this structural change for Business Council. Aaron will be the fourth chair because it will, well, okay, we assume Aaron will be, sorry, I forget. There's that whole thing. But we all committed together as a board over 3 years ago that we were going to move this state forward. It began with the strategy. I mean, this is not a new strategy that Josh Durrell started with the board or with the staff. This strategy existed before we went out and found Josh Durrell to execute it as our head of that. This has been a culminating process that was before COVID was ever imagined. And before we had the economic situation that we're in right now, we have known in this state, I'm not going to say that 4 years ago was the first time, whew, all of a sudden we realized we needed change. We're talking decades ago. But Endow gave us I would say a book of plays for us to execute on a field. The field is this whole state. We have been working on this process for quite a few years. So none of this is new. None of this should be shocking to anyone. We got delayed during 2020 on this whole structural aspect that the staff has been working on so diligently in 2021, but that delay actually opened our eyes to our abilities. And I really believe like the structural change has happened faster because 2020 was eye-opening for us of, oh my gosh, look what we could execute and pull off when we get outside of our norm. So I want to first say that. The other thing that came to mind for me is discipline. And you all every day in your businesses have to flex your discipline. It is, I know I have to do it at the bank. I can't be everything to everybody. Jonah Bank can't be everything to everybody. We have to know what we can execute and what we can execute well for the best return and stay in our focus and our strategy. So I think about discipline. That's what we have applied for the last few years. Every time we look at a project, it takes serious discipline to adhere to the strategy. It is not easy and it will not get easier. This is going to be painful as we do this because change is always painful. But we are structurally set up to execute now. I am wildly excited about that because planning, building, structuring, all of that stuff, it's necessary, but it is not fun. Executing is fun. So when we think about, I'm going to say something that's going to make Josh cringe. We have to do more with less. Now you've heard that a gazillion times from agencies within the state. But when I say we're going to do more with less, don't think about what we have traditionally done. Traditionally, that meant we were going to do more programs, but not incredibly well. We would do more projects, but they would be smaller and spread everywhere. Shotgun approach. We would do more things. We are not going to do more things. We are not going to do more programs, and we are not going to do more projects. We are going to provide more impact to the state, period. But it's going to feel like less things. It will be less things, but it will be more impactful. So, okay, I just had to get all that out. Thank you very much for entertaining that aspect. And first, let me ask board members, anyone else, Josh, have any other thoughts before we move on to the Services Standing Committee? You don't have to raise your hand, just take yourself off mute or physically raise your hand. Don't worry about it.
Madam Co-Chair, just to follow on with that, I really appreciate you summarizing some of those key points. I do think the one thing that that I've noticed is, and I've been talking about this a little bit lately, is the idea that change is tough. And I think that's the leadership challenge that not only all of us have, but leaders around the state have, is that people realize that change is required, but it's tough and it's painful in the moment. But I think if we stay comfortable in the moment, we will face bigger pains in the future. And I think that's the part that as leaders, we've got to say, yes, this is a change. This is different. It is a little bit painful, but it's painful right now so that later we don't have that pain, or so that later we grow in the right way. And so I think that's just, it's sort of the basic call of leadership, to understand that it's going to be met with some grumbling, some pain, some why are you moving my cheese, I guess, that kind of a thing. And what we have to do is just to help people understand the benefits long term and continue to look out there so that we can create the change, because it's going to require some toughness. And I think the good thing is I've met a lot of folks, not just on this board, but throughout the state and throughout our communities, that have that kind of toughness and the leadership ability. So again, I think it's just a matter of making sure we all remember that it's not going to be easy. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Look at that. We're ahead. Whoa! That's fantastic. So Services Standing Committee, Pam, you take it away.
I think I have it. Thank you, Josh, and thanks, Madam Chair. I think that was some great information. So thank you. I'm going to have an easy day. I'm going to say thank you to our Services Committee, and I am going to ask Brandon Marshall to give us an update.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Yeah, so we're ahead of time. I think it's usually my goal to make us behind on time, but I'm going to do everything I can not to do that this time. Really want to just give everybody an update on what this division has been working on in the last year. I thought about doing something cheesy, the Christmas letter out, little Bert's been out doing all kinds of fun work and getting good grades, and little Jill, but I thought that would be super cheesy. Plus I'm really bad at scripted things. So I do have notes, which is also another formula for disaster for me. I'm much better without notes than I am with, but we'll just start down through. I was mostly afraid that I'd forget someone that works on the business or on the services team in this report. I better have notes, because it's never good to forget a staff person. I know we don't like calling them staff, or us staff. Anyway, just a huge high overview. You all kind of know this, but just reminders: the services division is the division focused on providing businesses and communities direct services, capacity building, consultation, all those fun things. We work in agribusiness development, community development. We have the Main Street program, entrepreneurial development, our international and export assistant programs, as well as business recruitment, and then broadband, just that simple little broadband program that isn't complex or no money there either. So that's what's going on in the division. Just general overview, kind of no specific program things we've been working on. Josh mentioned the foundational projects and the work that's been done on that. Of course, our team was that focused on the services division really was called the HOPS team. Where we came to on our December 1st milestone was really a point where we had been developing these interaction guides so that we could help describe our programs, so that we could take a look at how do we actually do this so that we understood it better, so that we could then explain it better to our customers, help them, but then also to look at it and be like, well, why do we do that? That's silly. We should probably stop doing that, or we should start doing that. Really good process going down through. We started out thinking we were going to produce a giant stack. I think we were looking at 38 interaction guides that group was going to produce. That became probably semi-unrealistic. And what we decided, what we were coming down to is this is a foundational project. We're going to lay a foundation, provide a template and a thought process for how to look through what we do, what we serve, what we offer, and put those guides together. So that's what we've come to with our December 1st milestone. We have a completed guide for our community development and Main Street programs. We have a completed guide for our business recruitment, as well as a financial tools guide. Those have they're strictly an internal document. You know, next steps are, what do we need to do with these to make them external viewing? It's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, everybody knows I've been at the Business Council for 1,010 years, and it's sort of funny because I think forever what we've heard is people don't know what door to enter, they don't know how to enter, and we've always had this theory, well, it's simple, wherever you want, and you know that we gave people simplicity by not offering processes and steps. We thought that that was our simple, and I think what we've really discovered that it will make it simple and we'll be able to actually set expectations by having processes in place that are the same every time. Flexibility is great when it's necessary, but not ultimate flexibility. So I think that that's kind of one of the cool lessons we've learned out of that. Anyway, you've heard all about the foundational projects, and I don't want to belabor that forever, but really great work was done by our team. And then we also had crossover members. Josh Keefe was on the services team. Kim Porter was kind of our staff lead on that, and really I kicked butt, I guess, essentially put together so much work and kept the group going and motivated and excited. So it was really kind of a fun process. Moving out of HOPS, foundational projects, our Asia Pacific trade office, I don't know if it lives underneath the services division, but it does on the website. That's where Chester's picture is. So I'll go ahead and give you a report on it. They've been actually extremely busy in the last month. What they've been doing ever since COVID started is really being us at different events around Taiwan. Taiwan hasn't really ever shut down to the level that US trade shows did. Even when they were peaking in COVID, they were still having trade shows, just being careful with them. So they've been able to represent Wyoming companies and us at different things. The last trade show they went to was last month called BioAsia. They were able to have Cell Drop, which is a cool company out of Laramie. And I shan't explain what they do because I'll screw it up. You can Google them, but really cool technology that has to do right now with equine science and cell isolation for disease prevention and identification, all kinds of super cool stuff. We've done an SBIR matching grant with them, and then we're able to introduce them to the Taiwan office. So they're sort of a beginning stage of a company really starting to grow their commercialization. They were able to be represented by our Taiwan office at that BioAsia show. And then the other company that was with the Taiwan office was McGinley, of course, out of Natrona County there, or Glenrock. Either way, both of them at totally different levels, but we're able to be really represented very successfully with both introductions to potential investors and then distributors. It's all kinds of really cool issues that come up when you start working with these companies on international sales. It's not just make sales, which you all know. It's, oh, well, so when we sell our product in the United States, we can service it. But when we sell it in Taiwan, that's a big problem because we can't fly over there every time something breaks. So there's just all these little fun things. And that's what the office is there to help them, not specifically solve those problems, but find the people that can help them solve those problems. So there's been a lot of good work going there. The office also represented us at the FDI trade show, which foreign direct investment, Taiwan, really, I guess, solid relationship with the United States, and they work to make sure that there's constant value for the United States in Taiwan. So the Taiwan government hosts this FDI show, and basically the states that have offices there can go around, promote their business environments, the best opportunities in their states for foreign direct investment. For us, really, what's been the best promotion over there has been fintech, as well as blockchain technology with some manufacturing. So that's been sort of our distinctive over there that the office has helped promote, and been able to facilitate conversations with Wendy Lopez, who's our recruitment manager, through some of those. The final show that they represented us at is called the Taiwan International Tea, Coffee, and Wine Food Industry Show. So again, high success, and it's really kind of our shining star of working over in Taiwan to promote Wyoming goods has been two different companies, one Big Loss Meadery and then Backwards Distilling. Both have had really great success over there with novel products that are totally new flavors to the Taiwan market. Backwards Distilling specifically has had success with their milk can spirits and just had high sales. They've actually been able to secure distributors and have been shipping over supply or regular shipments now, and so have had great success there. So and really all just because of being introduced to the different buyers by the Taiwan office, who continues to host people in their office for tastings. Seems like it's actually been a kind of a fun thing to watch the success of those two spirits companies out of Wyoming. So so that this doesn't take 75 years, I'll move on. The other two things that we run in the office that aren't necessarily any buddies or fitting necessarily under a product, do have the STEP grant, which is the State Trade and Export Program, which is funding from the SBA to help companies explore exporting and to attend promotional events around the world, and even some in the United States, as long as the audience is international. So the events that we're funding with that going forward are the SHOT Show coming up in Las Vegas. Then there's a trade show called IWA that's in Nuremberg, Germany in March. Then we've also funded our presence at the BioAsia trade show as well as Food Taipei with that funding. Just side note for interest, so we host those events. They're no cost to the companies, including decoration and the whole thing for the trade show booths. But then we also have funding through that program where we can reimburse a company's expenses to attend, and that, you know, their materials that they have to make as well as their travel, up to 75% of their costs at $4,000. So pretty good program. This last year has been pretty difficult, not a lot of events, and the grant is event focused, but anyway, it exists, and this will run through September of 2022. So we'll be able to fully utilize those funds certainly by that time. So anyway, then the other thing that we do, of course, is the industrial certifications program, which is a super simple program. Is probably not the best way to describe it, but again, that's a simple program we developed a couple of years ago to help companies who are interested in upping their game and exploring new markets through ISO certifications or any other sort of certifications. Another example could be a USDA export certification. Companies basically have to apply to us and tell us why it's going to work and what their increased market is going to be because of this, and then we can help them in a cost share arrangement there. So anyway, we've I think done 3 of those this year. Nothing too earth shattering, but it's one of these programs that's doesn't have a ton of funding, but to the companies that use it, it does have a ton of impact. So anyway, so moving on, I'm going to move into kind of our programs now, unless there's any questions. Sweet. Our programs, our people, so few questions that you're turning off your cameras. This is great. Now, anyway, so guys, I think that the first kind of program I wanted to go through, starting with business recruitment. I think this has been an exciting year for recruiting. We actually got to do some versus last year when we got to stay home. But so there's been some pretty exciting stuff that we've attended just lately. We've been able to start attending the IAMC conferences, which is Industrial Asset Management Council. We're a founding member of that group that's focused on corporate site selection. And so you have the big corporate real estate guys are there. You have site selectors that are there, as well as brokers, engineers, architects, all those. And then, of course, economic developers there. But great group that we've always been able to maintain. So we have a vision for the way that we interact with the site selection industry. We know that there's not a ton of projects coming in any given year to Wyoming from the site selection industry, right? These guys are looking at most of the time really large projects. We're talking about Amazon headquarters, we're talking about Nissan plants, all that sort of thing. But there are opportunities that are data or that are site selector relevant. And so we want to be able to maintain those relationships. Funnily enough, interesting thing, everybody always gets in economic development, I think gets to this point where like, they're just looking at data. They don't need to know me. And then we go talk to them and they always insist, yes, we do need to know you because we need to know things that aren't data about your communities. And we need to know that in our back pocket. So it's kind of an interesting thing with that industry. But what we've said to local economic developers is, look, there's not going to be a ton of leads coming out of relationships with site selectors, and it's kind of expensive. Let us take that. Let us be the umbrella. Let us do that as the state. The state is always who they want to talk to first anyway. We'll then roll that down into the communities that are relevant. And that's worked well, really, for the entire time I've been here. That's sort of been the way it has worked. Some communities, though, have developed relationships on their own. I know Cheyenne specifically has site selector relationships, and that's great and successful too. So it's not this or that, it's and so we're totally happy with the way that that's worked. We've attended the Site Selectors Guild, and then just last week, Wendy, Heather, and I were at the Mid-America Economic Development Council. That's more of a professional development conference, but it does also include site selection elements as well as networking events with the site selectors. So we count it as a recruiting event. So cool things going on in recruiting and success that I think is really worth tooting our horn. In-state visits are way up over now, not up to 70. They're from an average of 3 to 5 per year on good years to Wendy is just checked off box number 10 for companies that we've assisted hosting in the state that are looking at locations here. We'll hope they don't all come for BRC funding at the same time. It'll be a fun meeting for you guys. But no, so great success there. I think the communities are having success on their own. Wendy's recruiting efforts are having success, and a lot of times it's just being available, just answering questions, just being responsive. So that's a really good number for us right now. So really proud of the work that's gone on there that Wendy's headed up. So most of our prospects continue to be in the similar areas of what they've been in the past. Data centers are a huge deal in this corner of the state. In Cheyenne, firearms companies seem to be a big deal everywhere. The various manufacturers, different kinds of products, whatever, are a big deal. And then, of course, the crypto and blockchain companies. Fun thing too, we've actually had a little bit of agribusiness recruiting going on in this last year, and that's not necessarily all that common outside of food. So that's been kind of fun on the ag tech side of stuff. The other huge piece of thing that's really relevant to recruiting is we are headed down a path on targeted industry studies. It's been several years since we've done any of these, and we wanted to take a new approach, not just the targeted industry study that says, well, you have trees by your town, you could make wooden toys. We actually have a study that says that from the past. But take a really comprehensive look at the communities and what are their assets, what kind of workforce is close by, what kind of industrial infrastructure exists, what kind of access to market do they have, what kind of access to market do they need, what are their business parks, what's the possibilities in that community based on natural resources, all the different things. And then take that and say, yeah, these are the industries that make sense, but help a community really explore too. Does that mean we need to be recruiting on that? Or should that just be, we already have this, let's really focus a local business retention and expansion effort here and really go gung-ho on helping those companies expand. Most of the time that's going to be the answer, I suspect, but we're hoping to take a totally different approach on that. We contracted with a group out of Wisconsin called 80 Advantage that helped us develop kind of our first thought processes through these RFPs and how we do that. Our plan is to do these regionally first. We split the state, at least right now, into 3 regions we think make sense, calling them 1, 2, and 3. And it's based on our top level theory on access to markets, and that's through transportation systems. So we're looking at an I-80 corridor study, essentially an I-25 corridor study, and then a non-interstate study, because we think that that's probably a huge difference maker there. Those communities all also doing that works for other reasons. There's energy dominant communities that can flow into that. There's, anyway, ton of different things on that. And at the end of the day, one of the things that always sucks about drawing region lines is you just have to draw them, and they're never perfect, but you do have to do it at a certain point. So we assume there's going to be some overlap in what communities need from these, but we're excited to get starting on those. Funding pending. I think it's one of the things we had talked about ARPA funding, but we also have some options that we can use our existing funding in the division for. So that's kind of our cool, exciting thing to roll out to the communities. The big hope on this is that we come to a point where communities are, specifically on the recruiting side, communities are in charge of the recruiting using tools and assistance that we provide, not using leads that we constantly provide. I think it's a flip in the system that we've been trying to make for several years. And so we're kind of excited to let this be the catalyst for that. So moving on, am I like at 900 minutes yet? I apologize. Should I stop? I don't have any jokes right off the top of my head. We could have a little moment of levity before I bore you to death with the other 9,000 things we do.
You don't have any jokes.
I know.
Brandon, you cannot even present to this group without a joke.
I know. Well, there's some I'm a little hesitant. Last week, I was giving a presentation at the Mid-America EDC conference, and someone's Amber Alert went off in the middle of the presentation. I did make a kidnapping joke, went over very, very well. Everyone laughed, got rave reviews later, but I am still feeling a little bit bad for that. And so I'm on a joke hiatus.
Okay, based on that, I think that was a good choice on your part. Let's keep moving through the services division.
Yeah.
Without a joke.
No, anyway, so in community development, which again is Kim Porter, there's been a ton of things. And I don't know if you ever wanted to sit down with somebody and just gain passion for community development and the ways that we can build capacity in communities with programs, with catalytic concepts, with analysis of these communities. Kim Porter is just, I've never known anybody so passionate about the way that we can build up our communities. But anyway, one of the things that's notable for community development is we have actually changed the name in this year. It had been rural development. There's all kinds of debate that goes on about what's rural, what's not rural. And Kim felt pretty strongly that we don't care. We just want to help communities because it's Wyoming. None of us are that different. So anyway, that was kind of the driver behind that. So we're community development now. There is no rural development going on, but just some highlights that Kim provided to me. She's been helping with a contractor that we've had in place for a couple of years, providing revitalization roadmaps. We've worked in Cody, Shell, Big Piney, all of Goshen County and Sundance. We've done training and planning in 10 other communities. Kim is also a strategic planner overall, or extraordinary. I don't know. I screwed that up. Sorry, guys. She's an extremely good strategic planner. So she helped WIDA as well as the Fuel Group, Council of Community Services in Gillette, and the Broadband Advisory Council come to strategic plans in this year. Right now, we're pushing out grants for the winter placemaking efforts of the downtown areas and the communities around the state, which are kind of cool little things. That'll be if your downtown has a skating rink, if it has kind of any sort of outdoor winter activity that draws people into the downtowns, all likelihood Kim has had something to do with that, and especially in the funding on that. So ton of cool work going on in that area. This year too, they've reworked the Main Street Light program. Our Main Street program is incredible and just provides so much service to these communities. That is teach them to fish kind of service. It's how do you bring people into your downtown? It provides accountability and strategy to do all these different things. But it's also a big commitment, as Pam could probably tell you. It's a big commitment of staff, funding, time, volunteers. So we want to be able to push some of these concepts that the Main Street program is based on to communities that may not have that capacity. So Kim and Kayla, who's the Main Street manager, have worked on developing this Main Street Light program. So that's been a really cool rollout. I think it's going to be a pretty extremely successful thing. Final other thing that Kim's been hopping around and doing tons of work on writing is our NTIA grant for the broadband program. So Kim's expertise in grant writing has come in huge for that, and overall been a huge help to the broadband program. We'll get to broadband and the amount of excitement coming through that program in a minute. But so moving out of community development into, so on my sheet, I have everything listed by kind of subject area by, community development, business recruitment. The next one, I just have Bert Adam in bold. entrepreneurial development. I had it in an opposite order, not on purpose, but I think it is really probably telling. Bert Adam is Bert Adam, and he is the jack of all trades in a lot of ways here at the Business Council. We've been able to utilize his skills in so many different ways, but specific to entrepreneurial development, Bert has had a ton of literally ton of work going into putting together our SSBCI application. And so that is, we think, going to be really a game changer in entrepreneurial funding here in the state. The options that that'll bring for debt and equity financing. That's an application that is going in actually tomorrow, I believe, that will be asking for $58.4 million over a 9-year period. Bert has done amazing work on this too. And what has been set up in this application is that this will be a self-sustaining fund. This is federal money right now, will turn, as Bert says, change colors in 9 years to state funding. And because of the earnings that this program anticipates, we should have a sustainable fund there, a fund of funds essentially for debt and equity financing for entrepreneurs. Amazing opportunity that we've been given through some of the new funding that came from the ARPA plan into the SSBCI program. That program has existed in the state in the past, has been primarily used as collateral support by purchasing CDs as collateral support for companies. So we're hoping this new way of looking at it will really take things to the next level. Bert's other primary area of focus is the SBIR matching grant program. We've done 3 of those this year to really exciting tech companies around the state. How that works: if a company gets SBIR funding, we will then match a phase 1 up to 100,000 or a phase 2 up to 200,000. Provides funding really focused on them commercializing. I think there's been historically SBIR companies, and this is a broad brush that's unfair, but a lot of times SBIR companies are focused on SBIR grants, not necessarily commercializing the technology that they're developing using those federal funds. So our funds require them to focus on commercializing their product and pushing them out and building whatever it is that they're building, whether it's technology or an actual product in Wyoming. So that's been really successful and really happy with that. We do have requested additional funding for that. That's funded through an original pot of money that came through endow legislation that will likely run out. Timing is different, and I'm not entirely sure. It depends on the amount of deals, but within the next year or so, that money will work out. So back to Bert. Bert has been extraordinarily involved in the ARPA work and the STRIKE team work that Josh, Marcio, and Jill have also been involved in. And then because he's got some programming skills, he's been involved in the website work as well as some of our database work on the Salesforce side of things. So like I said, he really is jack of all trade, but just extremely valuable to the operations here at the Business Council. Main Street program. This is what I'm just calling the year of change and advancement in the Main Street program. So in case you haven't heard, we are extraordinarily excited to have Kayla Clare on as the manager of that program. I believe Main Street World, that's called statewide coordinator. And so just fantastic. Kayla has been with us for a few years. She has worked with Linda Klink in the Main Street program, and has really for the last 6 months taken over the reins since Linda retired anyway, and truly not blowing smoke, not trying to sound good for a board of directors, just totally kicking it and doing amazing work. I think one of the big things that I just think is driving forward is not 29 years of experience, but loads and loads of passion and knowledge for that program and the way that it works. We had a meeting the other day with Kathy LaPlante, who is the national coordinator for the Main Street coordinator programs around the country, talking about, just our program and the programs in general and how you do it. And we really got to talking about, I think that Main Street program, the way that it provides a template, an operating standard for communities, and as well as accountability, is the way that we want to be able to look at all of our programs in the services division and be able to provide that expertise without providing the actual expertise that allows the community to do the actual work and do it very well with standards. So I think it's just an incredible program. super excited to have it in my division. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate that a lot. But I think it's a really cool, great opportunity. They, going on too much better, one of the things that we want to talk about going forward with this board is how do we integrate the advisory board of the Main Street program better with this board and get more involved in both directions, because we see that program as something that also needs to interact both directions with all the other programs we do with recruitment, with entrepreneurship, with agribusiness, literally everything we do in the division, and how do we make all of those pieces integrate better together. So that'll be our big goal. Look for more. So moving on into agribusiness development, which is Jill Zergamba. So Jill is a lot like Bert in that she's involved in a ton of different things. Josh mentioned earlier, she's been in the Harvard course with Marcio and is involved in the ARPA work going on over at the governor's office, but really a absolute whiz-bang agribusiness expert and realist that's done a ton of work in the last year, bringing together the different groups in agribusiness to encourage growth in that, not to do growth in that. So to encourage beef producers to pursue their own processing, to talk to the hemp industry about how do they do the next step in processing and putting those groups together, encouraging it, again, not doing it. One of the cool things I think that we're not claiming it as our sole success. There's a lot of different factors that have gone into it and a ton of people that have put a lot of work, private sector and public sector, but a big success I think of the ag efforts of the Business Council is that now they're a few years ago, we talked about how there are no USDA beef processing plants in the state. We went from no to 3 to 5 to 8. There are 11 now at the end of this year, USDA inspected beef processing plants. Did we push a button and make it happen? No, but we've sure talked about it a lot. And I think that the Business Council and our agribusiness people really deserve a ton of credit for keeping that subject alive and pushing it and talking about it and making sure that the private sector was aware that this is a huge opportunity. So anyway, we're going to claim some success on that. I think it's a really big deal for the state. So back now for last, but absolutely never, and not even possibly least, the broadband program. Ryan Kudra is our broadband manager there. So this has been quite the year, and it will be quite the year next year. I think it was the year before too. In broadband, as you're all probably aware, there is just an astronomical amount of funding coming from the federal government for broadband development around the state. That includes different sections of the ARPA legislation that can be specifically addressed to broadband and have broadband eligible. Then also, CARES Act had some last year, so that's where we were around the Connect Wyoming program. Then the infrastructure funding that's come out from the federal government also has a large amount of funding going in there. Right now, we have an application into the NTIA for funding. This is kind of a different program where it was an application with providers with specific projects in place. We have not heard yet. There was originally a notice that we would be informed at the end of November. Then we got a notice that they weren't sure yet, that they had so many applications that it was taking them time to get through that. But and so what they were doing at that point was getting corrections on applications and making sure they were complete. We don't have any corrections or things that are incomplete. So we feel pretty positive about that, but we're also sitting in radio silence because Kim Porter's good at putting together grant applications. So that's a really no news is actually good news on that one at this point. So we'll sit and wait and hopefully can roll some good funding out to the providers to get some more of these projects done. Right now, the Connect Wyoming, I don't actually know, and I shouldn't. I missed I missed several of the marketing meetings for Connect Wyoming. The Connect Wyoming, I'll go ahead and say 2.0 program is open again right now. I don't know if I'm supposed to say 2.0, but that opened on the 15th of November, and we'll close that on January 3rd. What this is not necessarily a program where you apply and get funding. It's a program to apply, say what project you would do under the rules for ARPA funding or other federal funding that the legislature may decide on, so that we can have an inventory of projects that are ready to go that we can immediately fund, that the governor will then present to the legislature to say, this is our need on broadband funding. So first step in this is a mapping initiative. We have to have the mapping information to be sure that we're not overbuilding in different communities or neighborhoods. So that's the big work going on right now with the broadband providers, is gaining access, having them input their mapping information to that program. We are not collecting data that's specific to where the equipment lives, where the precise lines are, but we do have to know which areas are served. So overall, that's been going really well and been doing some work. There was a webinar that was put on by Warren Appel and I believe Amy Quick last Friday to explain that mapping process and what we have to get done there. But so to close, I really just want to make sure to, especially specifically to broadband, thank everybody for that. I think there's been a period of time when Ryan has been unavailable and a period of time when everybody else has stepped up in a huge way to take care of this program that isn't theirs. And Warren, I think is a huge player in that and has done everything. He's our like rules guy extraordinaire, as well as organization guy. These are the steps you need to follow, guys. So thanks to Warren for that. Elena Zimpel has been working with the Broadband Advisory Council as well as communities. And then Kim Porter, who's also been a huge part of putting together the grant applications and organization. The final person in that group of broadband gurus has been Justin Maybe, who helped develop the application for the Connect Wyoming program, as well as the rules, and offers a ton of expertise there. So that's been such a cool team effort, people stepping up when we needed it to. And I think that's going to continue. That the amount of funding coming for broadband in Wyoming ranges anywhere, I think, from 350 million possibly to 500 million. There's going to be a lot of money and there's going to be a lot of need for administration and help on that broadband going forward. So anyway, with that, I really don't necessarily have anything else unless I left a page out of my notes, and I'm very sorry to whoever I forgot if I did, but no, I think I got everybody. And just, close with same thing on everybody that I had on broadband, with really great team in the services division and a really great team in the business council that just gets crap done. So with that, I will toss it back to you, Madam Committee Chairman.
Okay, wow. Okay, as you can see or hear, our services committee that we have through the business council is so diverse and their boots on the ground. I want to thank Brandon and his crew. I want to welcome Kayla Kerr to her new position. I want to, let's see, what's my other thing? The standards of the tiers for the Main Street. I would love to see, just for the board to know what the new Main Street light, just get that out if they're talking as business council board members, that we can, if their community doesn't have the Main Street program, to have that information that maybe they would want to have their community maybe test the tier program of Main Street. Number three, Brandon, do you have a timeline on when the guidelines, it's the first thing you talked about, when that external document's going to come out, any kind of timeline? Because again, we want to be your cheerleaders as a board and do our part.
You bet. And so, no, we don't, but that is kind of one of our next big thing, is to get the external facing pieces going. When we, what we've done is taken somewhat of a, not a step back, but a breather from those foundational projects during this month to look at finishing up some other small things, getting momentum and deciding what the plan is for the next year. It's not going to be 6 months. Well, I shouldn't promise anything. It won't be a long time, but those will be something that we can start pushing out. And really, a lot of it is not even necessarily like a cool book that's coming out. It's going to just be how we describe how we interact with people, how we set expectations and conversations too. So that is one of the things. Timeline's a little bit difficult because the exact project or the exact product maybe is unclear and might be different per program, per service, but it won't be forever, and you'll see the picture, I guess, before a long time.
Thank you, Brandon. And again, board members, again, it's all the services that we offer, just so we can let people know. I wanted to thank the business council and Amy and her committee on all the Facebook posts you guys have been doing to help Ryan on the mapping and getting out to the communities and asking parents to do the speed test, because after listening to Ryan a couple of times, it's really important if personally, but also the parents of the kiddos do those speed tests, so we really get a good solid mapping. And then the last thing before I open it up to questions is a previous regional director, Pat Robbins, used to say that a Wyoming Main Street director was the Swiss Army knife of economic development. They always do a little bit of everything, just depending on what tools. I think I have now decided that Brandon and his service committee is the Swiss Army knife of our services. And so thank you for all you do. So any questions for the board? That was a lot of information very quickly. They do a lot of very diverse things. Board members.
Well, I will lead off or finish off by saying that is a perfect example. Brandon's report today. The sheer length of it, Brandon, which normally you would think, oh my, but that is how we all feel when we become a member of the board, because the general public in this state has no idea about this division. And the sheer volume of work that they do, if you think about, once again, I seem to always be bringing it back to this, but this 4 years of change and structural change, calling this the services division was in itself one of those structural changes we made. We used to have this piecemealed everywhere, but putting it all under a services umbrella gives us the ability to, number one, recognize how much is under there, how much they do for us. But a really good way to sum this up is this is the division that leverages everybody else's money. This is not BRC. This is not something that the state legislature, there are aspects of programs within the services division that is an appropriation tied to an act at one point, but for the large majority, this division leverages federal programs and federal grants, and we are using a lot of other people's money to get a ton done in the state. So thank you so much. I see Mark has his hand up.
Yeah, I just need to tell Brandon that through some of the, I missed the last services meeting, and he's just made me feel immensely guilty. When he started, I had a little bit of a thirst, and now I'm sitting up here trying to figure out how I shut this fire hose off. It was awesome, and I find myself just in awe of the work that they do, and so complimentary of the hard work and the restructure, just everything that you said. So just a quick note of very, very thank you.
Wonderful. Okay.
Okay, Sarah, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, let's move to Ms. Tomasi. Let's talk about the Operations Standing Committee.
Well, good morning, everybody. Yes, this is to piggyback on what Brandon said. Now we go into the financial part of what is happening in the Wyoming Business Council. And we had a really great meeting. It was a longer meeting on the first part of November. And we discussed many things from the financial reports to policy updates, et cetera. So you're going to hear from 3 or 4 different people this morning with operations. And Amy, would you like to start with the introductions, or would you like Lindsay to start?
I can go ahead and jump in really quickly, Madam Committee Chair. So thank you very much. I'm actually going to hand it over to the experts, though, because the operations team does a variety of different things, and each person on that operations team is an expert in their own right. And so we'll be featuring some of those folks today, starting with Lindsay Orr, who's going to do the financial update for the quarter. And then Madam Co-Chair or Committee Chair, she'll also be doing just a very brief update for the rest of the board on the financial audit as well. And then we'll move to Hava Case, who is our Human Resources Manager, and she'll be giving her personnel update. And then Warren Appel will be talking a little bit about some of the policy work that we've been doing as a committee as well. So Lindsay, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, Madam Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair, and members of the board. I am presenting our September 30th, 2021 budget report. This is our first quarter of fiscal year 22. This is in our second year of the 2-year budget cycle. That covers fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. For the first quarter, our budget optimum should be at 25%. We came in at 43.43% overall general fund utilization. Last year, I talked a lot about how we had contracts encumbered in our previous budget cycle that allowed us to have a lot more budget for fiscal year 21. This year, it's going to be the opposite. We've encumbered our annual contracts to be effective for fiscal year 22. So it appears that our budget is more used up as of September 30th than it normally would. These contracts cover our office lease, the university BRN contract, things like that. So that is why we are looking at we're more used up than we should be as of this quarter, but that'll even out as we move throughout the year. Moving down into our federal programs, Brandon talked about several of these, but I want to just highlight our CDBG program here. This transferred over to the WCDA as of July 1st, but we are going to continue spending down the grants that we had awarded, and this will stay on this budget report until that has been fully expended, or our grants are done and we'll move whatever's left over to the WCDA. Moving down to our agency funds. The Economic Loan Development Fund has $7.2 million in available cash. Since July 1, 2021 through September 30th, we deposited $115,000 into that fund. Those deposits are made up of interest and principal on loan payments that are held within that fund, and also interest revenue earned on the cash that's held with the Treasurer's Office. You'll see that we have a $26 million budget, but that includes about $25 million available for large loan that we don't include in available cash. The next large kind of budget item there is the rural rehab fund. We've got $4.7 million in available cash, and that had earned $4,600 in investment interest there on that cash. On the CARES Act budgets, you'll see that as of September 30th, we had $543,000 in unobligated funds. Most of this was reverted to the governor's office in October. The $84,000 for the Connect Wyoming was not. We received an extra $200,000 in CARES money to get the next round of Connect Wyoming going. So that has been encumbered and we're working on spending that down. And currently we're working on reverting another almost $500,000 to the governor's office that is mostly made up of the $531,000 encumbrance and administration that we don't expect to spend before the end of the year. So I will pause on the budget report for any questions.
So does anybody have any questions for Lindsay at this time? So if no questions, we'll accept a motion to accept the financial report. And then we'll move on to talk a little bit about the audit, if that's okay with you, Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
do I
moved,
hear?
Mark Law.
Thank you, Mark.
Second, Chuck.
Great. So it's moved and seconded to accept the financial report. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion passes. Okay, Lindsay, now we'll talk about the thing that excites me most every year that's not here today, but you'll explain the audit, which we talk about every time we have a meeting. So you're on, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Committee Chair. So it's usually our goal to have our audit completed by this December board meeting to present the audit report to the full board. This year we have been delayed by some external information that we're actually still waiting on. So there is no audit report to present this quarter. Well, it will be done. Maybe I shouldn't guarantee it will be done by the next board meeting, but it should definitely be done by then. So.
Okay. So Lindsay, if it gets done by any chance before that, will we have a special board meeting? Will we have a special committee meeting? What do you foresee with that?
It's my recommendation to move forward that this year and in future years that the operating committee do the final approval of the audit, and then it be presented to the board at the full next board meeting. So I think we should have a special committee meeting to go over in depth all the details and things that doesn't necessarily need to be presented to the full board. And we'll get that scheduled when we have a better idea of when that'll be completed.
Okay. And I also think because of the unexpected exterior delays we've had and the CARES Act that of course came into this year, and now the ARPA funds, I think that we'll always, for the next quite a little while, we'll be fighting getting the audit done in a real timely manner. I just don't see it happening the way that we would like to see it happening because of the exterior things that are happening with it. So any questions for Lindsay about the audit or the timing of it, et cetera?
Madam Committee Chair, if I could just add some other information as well. I just want to reinforce that Lindsay and Katie and Angie, who are on our accounting team, have done an excellent job working with our external auditors, which is McGee, Hearn and Pies, on the fiscal year 21 audit. And so that portion of the audit and working through the site visit portion of the audit has been timely and has been on schedule. The piece, as Lindsay mentioned, that we're still waiting for is information outside of our control coming in from external parties that do need to be added into our audit in order for it to be complete. And so I just wanted to reinforce the MHP and our internal accounting team have done an excellent job working through that process. And as you mentioned, Madam Committee Chair, I do think the federal funds will continue to be a challenge with the audit. It's my recommendation that we actually move to a regular schedule of the March meeting, or the first meeting of each calendar year being the meeting that we review the audit. That may set us up better for success as far as expectation setting from a timeline standpoint. And as soon as the audit is complete from MHP, we will schedule an operations committee meeting and run through those details. And then we can determine as a committee the right approach going forward for presenting the audit to the board of directors.
Thank you, Amy. I think that's excellent. Your thought process is excellent, and I appreciate it. Again, I think that it seems like we just have so many things that we have to make, components that have to come into this at the present time. I think December is a really hard thing to do right now. So
we're optimists, but we have to be realistic. Yes. Optimists. Yes,
exactly. And Lindsay, thank you and your team for all the work you do. That it's very much appreciated. Any other questions? Okay. Hearing none, we'll now go on to the quarterly personnel report, and that is with Hava, and there are some exciting things happening there.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. I think so too, and I appreciate your comments on that. Morning, members of the board. This morning, I want to share with you just a few team highlights, additions, changes, and some overall things that we're doing to help amplify and increase our performance as a team here at the Business Council. So during our last meeting, or since our last meeting, we've had a couple additions and changes. One addition in particular, and specifically, Amy just mentioned her, Angie Buchanan. Angie Buchanan joined us in October, and she came along very quickly and integrated nicely into the accounting team as our new grant and loan accountant. Angie comes to us with lots and lots and lots of state government accounting experience. So not only is that background helpful to keep things happening rapidly and efficiently and accurately on our accounting team, but the other thing, and what I think really set Angie apart and that she brings to the team is, really her desire and her natural direction to take really complex systems and complex processes in designing and create ways that makes it easier on the non-accounting folks out there like myself. So happy to have Angie join the team. And Brandon already took most of this, which is great because he said some great things about Kayla, but a big shout out to Kayla. We've promoted her into the Main Street manager position, and really excited to watch her pick up some steam and see some more great, exciting things for the Main Street program underneath kind of her vision and her strategy. Like Brandon said, Kayla's been with us for a number of years, and she really started with us under the data collection and organizing type of function. And, just a few years ago, she decided to, dig into community development. And then the way that she explains it, she was, I'm really motivated to do more because she caught the bug. It's contagious, she says. And so she's really going to take this to great levels for the Business Council in the state of Wyoming. Finally, as you guys all know, Julie is planning to sail off and retire from the Business Council in the state of Wyoming towards the end of January, early February. And so that obviously is a very critical role and important for the impact that we want to be making into the future for the state of Wyoming. And so we've started recruiting for that role and making good progress. And it's my hope at our next meeting that we have someone new to introduce you to. I'll go ahead and I'll pause for any questions anybody might have at this point on our people end. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll roll forward. So next I want to talk a little bit more about performance. And performance is the word that we use. It's really about development and growth and really striving to be better going into the future. And I can't recall, so we've talked about Agile performance management a number of times, but as we get into this conversation, the one thing that I want to start with is making a distinction and some clarification about the difference between performance management and performance appraisal. Performance appraisal is the one that we're all used to, working through as a process, right? That's your annual documentation as to how someone has performed all year long. Performance management is specifically different, and that's exactly what we're talking about today. Performance management is directed with the purpose of helping someone improve their performance and helping somebody grow and helping somebody become better. And so that's specifically what we're focused on today, like I mentioned, and even more so specifically Agile. We talk about Agile a lot in the organization. We've talked about our foundational projects. We've talked about how we work on sprint teams, and that's just a way that we work. And it's the way that we work that makes the most sense, because as we all know, as we've all experienced, what we operate under is continuously flexing. It's continuously changing. And so when you approach growth and performance systems to help employees become better, you can't set it on a fixed point in time. You have to be regularly, anticipating and adjusting and flexing in order to make the next most meaningful, relevant, impactful moves for everyone. So with all of that said, what we've been doing is, because this is unique, not many of us or any of us maybe have ever experienced such a performance management system traditionally in our careers. And so it's new, and newness requires education. We need to help people understand the fundamentals to agile performance management and the way that we want to approach it at the Business Council. And so what we've been doing this summer is we've been having, little educational workshops where we talk about these different fundamentals. The key pieces that we've gotten to at this point is that agile performance management is strengths-based. When we talk about being strengths-based, it's not, we use the Clifton Strengths Finders so that we have an understanding and a vocabulary and a leaning towards what our natural strengths are, so that we can focus on those so that we can be our best selves. But it's not just that, it's also strengths-based development and focusing on your strengths is also about creating some clarity and some understanding around what your individual purpose is and how your individual purpose integrates with the organization and how you can lean and leverage that purpose to have a greater impact in your role and among your team. It's really about finding ways for people to do more great work in any aspect at the Business Council. The second piece that we talk about is agile goal setting. Something that we, over the years at the Business Council, we've had so many different performance evaluation systems. And the one key thing that was always so frustrating when we did these appraisal, like I said, the difference here, I am going to confuse people talking about management and appraisal at the same time, but bear with me, was that in those former evaluation systems, you set a goal at the beginning of the year, you might check in and talk about, on a formal basis, check on in the middle of the year, hey, how you doing? How you coming towards this goal? And then once you get to the end of the year, you're like, that goal is completely blown out of the water. It's totally irrelevant. That is not what I'm focused on or what is even going to be important today. So we've spent some time talking about agile goal setting and what does that really mean? How do you really structure that? And so some different tools and some different concepts that we've talked about are, things such as, the 3x3x3 rule. So 3 goals for a period of 3 months, addressing 3 areas of your life. So that's something that might help for people. Or, another thing that we've talked about is perhaps even maybe it's not actually an activity. Maybe your goal is a word. Maybe it's one intention. So maybe your goal for the next year is patience. And then underneath that falls all these different activities that you have in these 3x3x3 types of concepts. So, they're focused on outcomes, they're challenging, and they're going to help you grow along with others on the team. And then the last piece that we've been able to touch on at this point, we still have more to go through, is this feedback piece. Feedback and coaching are so critical in this system. I want to step back and reflect as to what Josh Durrell said earlier about we're a small but mighty team, and there's not we can't do everything. And so what that means in a sense when it comes to performance and performance improvement for our team is that the traditional structure, the traditional hard hierarchies of a manager being the only person who can give an employee feedback, or a manager being the only person who should be coaching an employee to become better, doesn't apply to us. It's just not realistic in the work that we do, the way that we view our future, and the amount of people we have. And so what we need to do is we need to learn as individuals how to become good coaches to one another, so that we're all, reaching out and lending a hand, helping one another understand how we can be better. And that takes time to learn some of those skills. I mean, because, even stepping back and going back to this feedback component here, we're all taught from the time that we're young, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it, right? But that's not the idea alone here. And that really what we're trying to learn and become better and embrace is that being clear is being kind. That if you're not telling somebody how to grow, they'll never grow. And so what you're doing ultimately is unkind. So we're working on all these pieces. It's Josh and I were having a conversation the other day about all of this, and he humbly reminded me that this takes time and I need to be patient. So I think I'll pause. Are there any questions? I went through a lot of information there. Any questions or comments on that? Okay. Cool. So we'll go ahead and we'll move on to the next slide. You know, beyond what we're doing and looking at performance management as a system, you know, it's all of this comes together and it's really about comprehensive, continuous, ongoing professional development. I mean, this is really nothing that's ever going to stop for obvious reasons. But this is, it's our priority. Our priority is to grow for the future and what we can do to develop an understanding of how each individual on the team can do more great work. So this is how we're thinking. And I guess I also want to go back and think about Josh's terminology of adaptive problem solving. That's what our challenge is, and this is how we need to build ourselves so that we can have greater impact and enhance our performance. So, you know, how we can be better influencers and problem solvers in such a fluid environment. So the next piece that I have for you guys there, that's I hope on your individual handouts that you have that our images are more clear, but there's our org chart. That's how we're structured. That's the whole 31 of us today for your reference and viewing pleasure, I suppose. But next and into the future, again, like I just talked about, you know, it's continuing to build the team. It's continuous onboarding, it's continuous strengths building, it's continuous leadership development. These things don't stop. And I look forward to bringing you guys more updates and highlights into the future. That's all for me, Madam Co-Chair, or Committee Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Hava. That was a great report. I'm excited to see the new additions. It sounds like Kayla is doing a great job, and Angie, I'm sure, is doing a great job. I'm anxious to meet her at the next in-person board meeting. And on another note, I am so sad to see Julie go. Boy, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of education goes with her. And I hope we get to see her before she goes, but I just want to wish her the best of luck and to have fun. So, but thank you, Hava. I appreciate your report.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So any other questions for Hava at all? Josh, your hand is raised.
Yeah, Madam Committee Chair, and thanks, Hava, for providing that. And if I might just pile on a little bit, most of us are in denial, frankly, about Julie leaving. There's just no doubt about it. The experience that she brings to the team is really important, and we're not going to be able to replace it because you can't replace experience. I think what we can take away, though, and that we can kind of set a goal for ourselves is the way that Julie understands programs and can relay that information and communicate that information to people about what is important in the program, what is necessary in the program, and how it helps us achieve our goals. It's going to be really, really tough to replace that. She does a really good job in front of legislative committees. She does a really good job in front of communities and businesses to help people understand what we have to offer, how we offer it, and in some cases, the things that we can and cannot do because of the programs and the way they're structured. I've learned a lot in the last 2 years from Julie. We've had some interesting challenges that we've had to face over the course of the last few years in terms of some of the funding mechanisms that we use and some of the projects that we're working on. And she's always been able to bring a level of calm practicality to the work that she does and help us see all of the issues in a way that isn't necessarily emotional, or it isn't one, you know, there's no agenda behind it. It's here are the facts, here is the landscape, and let's approach it as you know we need to. And so I've just appreciated her professionalism and experience and just the way she navigates all of the things that we have to navigate. And then so I think will we find a replacement for Julie? No, there isn't. Will we all be better for having worked with her? I believe there's absolutely no doubt that all of us are better for that. And the denial that we're feeling right now isn't just about what are we going to do without Julie, or if we deny it. We're actually actively working to try to keep her. That's and all jokes aside, she's told us no many times, and she's got some really good plans. She does plan on having fun. I've heard motorcycles are in her future, and motor homes, and I know loud stereos are too. So we just appreciate everything she's done, what she brings to the table in terms of her personality and that side of it, as well as the professional side. We're definitely going to miss. So since this is unfortunately probably her last board meeting with us, I just want to say thanks to Julie.
Thank you, Josh. That's perfectly said and so correct. And the calmness of Julie has always been appreciated by all of us. So yeah, thank you very much. So Kim, your hand is up.
Really quick, I have to ask, is Julie here and we just can't see her? Or is she not here today?
She is here. She's not in the panelist room yet, but you will see her later.
Okay, so I'm going to save that for later. Hava, and the whole board is going to get really tired of hearing me say this, but once again, what Hava is doing and what the whole business council group is doing as it relates to performance management, this is not happening in a vacuum. This is a part of lots of transitions. So seeing that today, I'm super excited because that is how we fluidly and flexibly manage in private industry. And that's just awesome. That's all I have to say about it. I love where you guys are going, and thank you so much for going there. It's not easy. I recognize that, but it will be well worth it. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, if there are no other questions, several years ago, we started updating the policy, and it was up to the operations committee to do that. And then COVID happened and the CARES Act happened. And so we put off and postponed quite a bit, but we're back on track with it now and have been moving very quickly through some of the things. And Warren is here to explain a lot about the policy changes that have been made recently. So Warren.
Well, thank you, Madam Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I'm actually hoping to not take too much time and tell you that as we've been doing with all of our other policy review, we've been looking at each of these very, very carefully to find out what really needs to stay. How can we be more efficient, more clear? How can we make our policies contain more accurate and useful information that also stands the test of time instead of being point-in-time how-to manuals as they were in some cases. So over the past quarter, we really tackled in on the contracts and public relations policy. Of course, the contracts policy we had before, but it contained a lot of information that probably wasn't useful and didn't really reflect the process as we do it today. So we got in there, narrowed it down. I think we cut it squarely in half in terms of the number of pages, just because some of it didn't need to be in the policy anymore. The big things we've done is we aligned, our purchasing amounts with our purchasing policy. So now those two policies agree. We also deployed what I think is really great for multiple reasons, and that is a 2-signature policy. So rather than saying individuals are tied to a specific approval amount, we're just going to say every contract has to have 2 signatures and specified what that is. And that allows not only for us to continue doing work when people may have to travel or what have you, but thinking back to when we went in full pandemic mode and some people may not have been available, this allows us to maintain operations and keep things moving. So really kind of some exciting stuff in the contracts policy. Skipping over to the public relations policy, it's a new one, but not really a new one. We used to call it the media relations policy. We now call it the public relations policy. And you're going to hear me talk a little bit more about it under the investments committee and the pending rule change we have. But basically what we are looking at is all relations. Everything we do is public relations. There really isn't a distinction between public and media anymore, in as much as we have social media and it's all connected. And so really focusing in on conventions. How do we make sure that we maintain a certain element of composure, that we are responding to media requests and inquiries, not reacting to them, and really empowering our folks to know what are the expectations, how does the business council and how does a business council employee relate to the public. So a huge project. This was a foundational project of the Unity team. So I have to give a shout out to my fellow Unity team members, Heather Tupper, Amy Quick, of course, CEO Josh Durrell. We had Kim Reitmer, Katie O'Brien, Sue Akey, and Ben Peterson all in there contributing to how do we make this policy work. So those were reviewed and approved by the committee. You'll remember back to May of 2020, there was an amendment to the policy manual saying the operations committee could review and approve policy without action by the board. So no action needed by the board today, just a heads up saying we continue to work on this. We're excited for the work ahead, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
So I have a comment. As you all know, dealing with policy can be painstaking work. I mean, Warren and his team have looked at every word of every policy, and that is a huge, huge job. And I think what we have come up with, what they have come up with is very accurate to how we want to be right now. And of course, this, maybe in 10 years, we'll look again at policy. By then I'll be out of here. So that will be a good thing. So it's very painstaking work. And I appreciate you and your team, Warren, for doing this. Any questions about the policy committee or the policy? Okay. Thank you, Warren, again.
Thank you all.
So I believe that is all of the updates for the operations committee. If there are any questions, just give me a call or whatever, and I'll tell you what I know. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and that entire team. You have done an inordinate amount of work, and we are excited with where you're taking us. It's just awesome. Okay, it is 11:05. We're going to take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:15 to convene again, and we're going to move into the investment standing committee. We're about 15 minutes early. So I just want to prep everybody that anyone on the call for the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund project, we will hopefully stay ahead of pace, and we will end up covering that prior to lunch instead of visiting it as soon as we return from lunch. So that's a big move up in time, just to let everybody know. And let's get back at 11:15. Thank you. First, it is 11:15, and I just want to thank all of you for, once again, your patience of doing this on Zoom. I know it's not easy to sit in the same chair all day long and stare and smile at the camera. So I appreciate it. And Mr. Coyne, it is time for the Investment Standing Committee.
Thank you, Mrs. Co-Chair. We are going to have a number of items here, and I think there's a common theme of how busy the Wyoming Business Council is, and the investment side of the equation is no different. And so in order to process all of the requests that we have in front of us in the afternoon set, as you expressed ahead of time, we are going to try to move the Brownfield revolving loan fund project forward, and we're going to tack that on to the end of this segment as we move forward. But with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Warren to talk about some amendments that we have in the administrative rules for the Business Ready Community Grant Program.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. May I begin by issuing my apologies to the committee chair here for my listing of him as the Services Division Director on the memo on page 25 of your board book. Otherwise, the information in that board book is correct. As I mentioned under our public relations policy, one of the things we are looking to do is place a more cohesive framework for the way the Business Council handles public comments. And this is public comments related to all of our work, not just the Business Ready Community Program. As you certainly will recall, the Business Ready Community Program is one that is ripe for us to start this work, not least because of its very wide public interest. And so the amendments to the administrative rule that you see on pages 36 and 37 of your board materials constitute those changes. Basically, what we're doing is we're directing all public comments to just a few specific areas so we can track those, catalog them, respond to public records requests if and when those get submitted, and also make sure we are including all of the comments as part of our official materials going forward. It spells out the board's right to require or to place certain restrictions around comments, such as time limitations, and also speaks to when we have virtual meetings like this one, asking participants to provide us their name and login information, that sort of thing. When they're participating. Again, this is just changing and reflecting the reality of how we meet and conduct business now. So we have reviewed these through the Attorney General's office. We are ready to proceed, and it is our recommendation that these amendments be approved by this board, subject to the Business Council's exempt rulemaking process. With that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Warren, I may try to launch one here real quick. With the approval of these, are they effective immediately, or do they take place at the next following board meeting?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Coyne. So the way the approval, the board would vote to adopt these rules today, and that starts a rulemaking process that involves the Legislative Service Office, the Wyoming Secretary of State, the Governor's Office, the Attorney General's Office, and that process takes somewhere right around 40 days. So the board would take action today, and 40 days after I file the resultant paperwork with Secretary of State, as early as 40 days, we could have those rules. Now, there are certain circumstances where, if the legislature determines that these rules are outside our scope, or if the Attorney General's office identifies problems with them, that could be delayed. Again, a lot of those reviews have already taken place, and we feel that we're in a good place to move forward with these.
Thank you, Warren. I know we have a couple questions here. Ms. DeVore? It looks like you got your move. There you go.
Yes. So quick question, section 17. We are requiring 14 days public notice, or I'm sorry, not public notice, public comment to be received no less than 14 calendar days prior to the public meeting. How will the general public know what to comment on? Are we going to insert a process where we let them know about projects that are coming up for consideration?
Fantastic question, Madam Co-Chair. Yes, that's exactly what we will be doing. What this ultimately looks like is a creation of an entire page on our website that will be devoted entirely to public comment, where we can update quarterly. These are the projects that are available for public comment, ideally with a comment form. We already have rolled out a uniform email address for the submission of public comments. So if people want to submit them that way, they certainly can. And we're also setting out in the rules how people can submit those by good old fashioned snail mail if they wish. Again, we want to make sure the public has an opportunity to weigh in on what we're doing, but that will also involve certain amounts of media and communications functions that frankly, we just have not quite yet fleshed out. We have a meeting on this next Wednesday to begin talking with our internal teams exactly how we're going to deploy this and make it go, but we do not foresee any holdups in getting this out on the ground.
So what is our anticipated, what are we striving to hit from a notification to the public of which projects we're going to consider timeline? That what is the window that they're going to know what projects we are considering up to that 14-day period where their deadline is?
Madam DeVore, the response I would give you there is, again, we've not yet quite fleshed that out, but we do expect that when the application period closes, we should be able to have a list, a summary, and a comment form available on our website within 10 days generally. So the meeting of that 14-day criteria should never be a problem for members of the public.
Okay, so the thought is it would be 24 days, a minimum of 24 days before the meeting date.
It would be at least, it would generally end up quite before that. As you may know, that we just had our December 1 deadline for projects that we will be considering, and we can put that information out there. So again, yeah, we're going to bake those timelines in there, so we've got that in, but that process is as yet not fully developed.
Okay.
All right, Alex, I see you have your hand up.
I do. It's nice to know I'm well aligned with our co-chair, Ms. DeVore, on the 14 days. So thank you for asking one of my questions. My other question was regarding any comments that are received by board members. I know that traditionally there's a call to all board members to provide any public comment. Would this preclude members of the public from emailing board members through our Wyoming board's email accounts for public comment?
Mr. Klein, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam DeVore, no, Mr. Klein, it would not preclude individuals from reaching out to board members directly with their comments. What it does say is that that commentary would not be part of the official public record. So they're still able to talk to you, but it would be more like a conversation one person to one person, as opposed to something that is official commentary to be included in the board materials.
So there would be no obligation for board members to forward those emails in the future.
The board members could share them as they chose,
Okay.
but that information, correct, it would not necessarily be compulsory for inclusion in the board materials under these rules.
Thank you, Warren. And then just an administrative note in the memo, I think Mr. Coyne's title needs to reflect the investment committee and that services.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Julie, I see you're on with your hand raised also.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I just wanted to circle back to Madam Co-Chair's question, and as Warren mentioned, this is yet to be developed. We have a lot of work to do there. However, one of the things that we envisioned was, when applications are received by that December 1, March 1, whatever the deadline date is, once we've had an opportunity to take a quick look at those and understand that they're complete and they'll move forward, that we can post those with a short narrative regarding the content of the application on that page that would be dedicated to the public comment. So that will be out there for quite some time, and definitely far in advance of that 14-day period. That's one scenario that we've thrown out there, but I think that would be something that would be very workable. So yet to be finalized, but I really think we have some mechanisms to get the basics of an application in front of the public, and then be able to answer their questions and entertain their comments up until that window of time there.
And to take that one step further, we fully anticipate that we'll be able to automate some of these features in the process through Salesforce and some of our other workflows more long term. So while it may be a more manual process near term, we expect eventually we'll be able to automate that and really streamline how all of that works.
Great, thanks for all the clarification. I will call for one more round of questions here. It does look like this is an action item, correct, Warren? So we do need to make a vote to adopt these rule changes, correct?
That would be correct, Mr. Quinn. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? With that, can I ask for a motion to approve the administrative rule changes for the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program?
So moved.
There is a motion from Alex. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Kathy. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Looks like the rules have been carried. Thank you. All right, Justin, it looks like you're up for the quarterly challenge loan report.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So yeah, today I've got the quarterly challenge loan report for you guys. I might sound like a broken record. Not a lot has changed. So we'll just jump right into it, starting with the past due report here. I don't know if Ben can put that up so we can kind of all follow along. If not a big deal. So starting with Weber Ag, we're hoping that the board will approve a charge off at this meeting. That's one positive, if you want to look at a positive, getting one borrower off our list there. Next up, Edward Lay. Again, not a lot has changed. We did visit or try to visit with Edward Lay on November 16th. However, Josh, Keith, and I were unable to actually make contact with him. We did leave a posted pay stub on his door with his late payment information. We will continue to try and attempt to contact him, maybe some more surprise visits in the future. He does have his first annual payment past due. That amount is $3,736.91 and a loan balance of $107,892. Next up, a similar story with Ryan Riggs. He also was the same economic disaster loan declaration for Goshen County. His past due amount is $4,897.32, and his loan balance is $140,000. We did also attempt to contact him during a site visit on November 16th. Again, we were unable to contact him, and we did leave his payment information at the door. So we're hoping that both of them will get back to us, but we still have not heard anything from either of them since then. Last on our past due list here is Cody Easom. He was part of the Wyoming Sugar Economic Disaster Loan Declaration. We haven't heard anything from our demand letters, but Josh Keefe did make a physical visit to him on October 26th, 2021. He did have a little conversation with him, let him know kind of what was past due, and strongly advised him to make that past due payment before the end of the year. He did pledge he would make an effort to do so. I do not believe we have heard anything from him since then. That amount past due is $11,001.77, and he has a loan balance of $64,067.44. Moving on to our loan loss reserve, we do have an adequate unallocated reserve balance of $1,743,679. That includes a 10% loan loss reserve for the economic disaster loans originated and 0.5% for the total loan portfolio. Again, that does also include a full reserve for the Weber Ag loan that hopefully will be charged off today. Well, at least by the end of the year, but approved today. The resulting available fund balance in the Economic Development Fund is $7,185,265.56, excuse me. And again, pending approval at this meeting, we hope that the Weber Ag charge off occurs, and that amount is $484,950. So at that time, there's not really, or at this time, excuse me, there's not really any other news to report. And we do recommend acceptance of this report as it stands.
Any questions for Justin and maybe Josh through this process? Kathy, I see you're kind of raising your hand.
I am, thank you, John. So Justin, can you explain to me what are the consequences eventually of charge-off and also of the late payments? I there's a letter of formal letter of complaint by the Attorney General, but what would you explain exactly what that means and talk to me about any other consequences because of these?
So yeah, I can touch on that a little bit, and I might have
Okay.
Josh Keefe kind of elaborate since he's been more involved. But specifically with the charge off, yeah, we have been in contact with the AG's office. We've kind of gathered just our attempts to contact him with really no avail. And we're trying to put together just a whole packet for them to go after whatever they can with Weber Ag specifically. Sounds like from what I've heard from Josh so far is that the AG's office isn't really even having much success getting in contact with them. I think really with COVID and everything else, we weren't able to really keep in touch with them. So we aren't sure exactly where they are. So we're still trying to work through that whole process with the AG and just get down to the nitty gritty on where they might be and what we might be able to get out of them. I don't know, Josh, do you have any other color to add to that?
Sure. Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi, basically, and I'll try not to jump ahead too much. I have more color to the story when we get to the next agenda item, but I think, well, one of the things is that in trying to file this formal complaint, it's kind of the only recourse that we have in doing this. And basically, it's my understanding that that would show up kind of on like a background check, that he would have a formal complaint against him from the state of Wyoming for this. You know, now whether that affects his ability in the future to get credit or to get, you know, a mortgage in the future or something like that, I honestly don't know. And so, you know, one of the things with these ones that's so hard is that you can see from that 10% loan loss reserve that that's how much we reserve for these deals, because they are inherently risky. They are really, for lack of a better term, a character loan. And I think that we really rely on the local bankers to tell us about these folks and to try and help them out of a tough situation that was out of their control when this happened. And so, you know, it's not something I super excited about, but, you know, unfortunately we try to mitigate for this as much as we can, and are trying to go through the steps with the AG's office. And as Justin kind of alluded to, I created, it was a 13-page document that I gave to the AG's office on the correspondence, interactions with Mr. Weber, with the banker, all of those things before the loan closed, while the loan was closing, and since the loan is closed. And so that has all been documented and given to the AG's office in support of the formal complaint that'll be filed. So.
Okay, thank you both. Thanks.
And Kathy, I may add just from a background here. Again, from the funding of these programs, they were in an emergency use situation. It's not traditional financing as what one would expect from a bank side of the equation. They were unsecured funding mechanisms, and so the recourse piece is very difficult in those respects. However, from an investment standpoint, one of the things that we continue to talk about and try to explore is you know, lessons learned kind of concepts out of this. and what do we do going forward to make sure that, you know, there's appropriate teeth, if you will, into these programs so that there's a desire and an ability to repay as we come forward. And I think Josh said it very well. You know, they put a lot of effort into making sure and recognizing that these loans again were made on an emergency basis, and some of these numbers coming from the individuals who applied for them were pretty desperate at that time. And so
Sure.
as we kind of walk that forward, you know, and for all of the loans that were made, you know, this is the first one that's kind of gone bad under this format. We're trying to pick up those pieces and see what we can do with them. Josh, is that fair commentary from me? I want to make sure that I didn't overstep anything from your perspective.
Yeah, that's accurate, Mr. Committee Chair.
Okay, Chuck, I see you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Coyne and Josh. And just the basics here, do we, on all three of these ag operators, do we even know, are they still in business? Are they still operating? I realize from what you said and what John has said, they are unsecured loans. And further, are we allowed by rule to use outside collection sources, even though we have charged these off? Can we still pursue these, or is that by rule, is that the end of the road for us, so to speak?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Brown, there is nothing to say that we cannot use a collection agency. You know, that's something I guess we haven't ever had to really explore before, but that could be a possibility. And I'm trying not to like intermingle issues here with trying to stay on the one agenda item. So there's nothing to say that we can't do that. Typically what has happened in the past is this will be our 15th charge off in the history of the Business Council out of 240 loans that we've done. And this will put our total charge offs to just over $1 million. In that same 240 loans over the 22 years that we've been around now, we've made about $6 million on this fund in interest from lending. So you can see that we've come out ahead pretty well out of these, all through a low interest rate environment where maybe our program isn't as popular as it normally would be in normal interest rate times. But you know, it kind of boils down to, if we would like to go for a collection agency, we can do that. It just has historically not been done. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, Chairman Coyne, are you ready then for a motion?
Yep, I will ask one more time if anybody else has any questions or commentary to provide. Not seeing any, I will ask, because this also needs an action item, for a motion to accept the quarterly challenge loan report as presented.
So move.
There's a motion from Mr. Brown.
Aaron seconds.
There is a second from Ms. Moore. All in favor of accepting the report as presented, please designate by saying aye. There are multiple ayes. Is there any in opposition? With that, we will accept the quarterly challenge loan report. And Josh, I know you were working hard to try to keep the two separate, but let's move into some more of the specifics on the Weber Ag charge-off memorandum that you've got to present.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Committee Chair, rest of the board members, the next item on your agenda is the formal charge-off request for the Weber Ag loan. This loan, again, was originated back in August of 2017. You know, this has really been a very challenging loan, not so much from the perspective of the borrower, but in dealing with my fellow bankers across the state. It's something that happened, and I was debating today on how to handle this exactly, because essentially what happened was a loan was made, it paid off the bank as it should have. However, the operating line was not renewed by the bank, and therefore no seed was able to be purchased to plant the field for the next year. And that borrower was not able to secure any more financing. And essentially what happened was that the Webbers had to sell all of their assets, all the pivots, the land, even the stock in the Wyoming Sugar Company. And come to find out, they did auction off the equipment. They were able to sell the land. I actually have spoken to the new owners that bought the house. They're from Florida. They're retired now, but and then probably perhaps one of the most frustrating parts of this entire thing is that I have spoken to, Representative Greer, who is the CEO of Wyoming Sugar, and asked him about the sale of the stock in the co-op and how that happened. And come to find out, the bank also brokered the sale of the stock. And I try not to speculate, but I suspect that what happened was any remaining funds that were not paid off at the bank were collected from the stock sale. And long story short, we didn't see anything. And so I think all of these events happening also frustrated Representative Greer, who, as you know, is not only the CEO of Wyoming Sugar, but the head of the Joint Minerals Committee in the legislature. And so him and I have been discussing, and he, as the committee chairman referenced earlier, would like to put kind of more teeth into this. And one of the things that you may not know is that once an economic disaster gets declared, we have a whole list of financial items that we require from the borrowers and their bankers before we originate these loans. And one of those things is a credit reference letter. And in that letter that comes on bank letterhead, it talks about the behavior and the habits of the borrower since the relationship started at the bank. I will tell you, with Weber Ag, it came and it had a glowing credit reference letter. There was no indication that the line would not be renewed. There was no indication that, loans were late on payments, or that, operating accounts were overdrawn, and said that they had been a good customer since 1994 and had performed as agreed. I will tell you, Weber Ag actually got another economic disaster loan clear back in 2007 and had agreed on that loan as agreed, or had performed on that loan as agreed back then as well. And so there was no reason to suspect that anything would change with this deal. But what has transpired since originating the loan back in August of 2017 has just been very, very frustrating, and trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So to try and prevent this from happening, one of the proposals, and I will visit with our committee chairman on this to make sure that we change our loan policy to at least make sure that in that reference letter, we have some kind of commitment to renew the line for at least one more year. Because that is what has happened on these deals, is that the bank gets paid off and they say they don't want to do it anymore, and then we're kind of stuck here. We don't file a lien or file a mortgage or any of that stuff except on the crop itself that's harvested, because we try not to interfere with the ongoing operations of the bank, because the bank probably has a lien on the land. They, probably have a mortgage on the house. They, try to obviously wrap their arms around as much as they can, all the vehicles involved, all of those things. And so we try to stay out of that in doing these emergency loans. And obviously with doing that, we have more risk that's exposed to us. And so basically with this one, I know I referenced the 13-page document that I sent to the Attorney General's office. I have been trying to stay in correspondence with Mr. Weber's wife. I have not actually heard from him for a number of years, but I will get a random correspondence from his wife every now and then. They have since left Worland, and I know that she is in Idaho, but I have no idea where he is. And so I foresee that there's little to no chance of trying to get a collection on this deal. And at the last board meeting, I was asked by a couple of board members, how much longer do we have to look at this? And so I'm trying to get this off the books. And like I said, I think one important thing, as much as it hurts and as much as we don't like to have these discussions, I think it is important to remember, not only did we do this to try and help out in an emergency situation, but also that the fund overall, since the beginning of the Business Council, has brought in $6 million of interest income, and we've charged off $1 million, including this one, since then. And so I think that the track record of this fund is still very good, and we're still to the net positive of this, and we'll continue to take steps to try and keep this from happening as much as we can without interfering with the ongoing business in the private world as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's been on the list for a long time. It's been one that I've learned a lot on myself, and try to keep this from happening again as best as we can, and employing some of those same tactics already with our other 3 folks that are on the past due list to try and keep this from happening. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just kind of another comment here by me, and then I'll pose it out for questions. But you know, these are always hindsight 2020 games, recognizing at the time that there was a very large need for the economic disaster piece of this, and lots of pressures and want to help and support the greater community through both the canal collapse and the you know, kind of one-time events that were taking place in the sugar side. And so all of that tends to be forgotten in the moment when we look at the tough stuff that comes through on a charge off. And so I share that just from a perspective standpoint, but certainly, you know, this feels a little bit like uncharted waters for all of us in the fact that we've taken this loss. And as said before, I think there's lots of opportunities to work and clean up and try to create a situation where, you know, it's not just the bank or not just the Wyoming Business Council or not just the borrower that carries out the waters in these moments, but a combination of everybody carrying it together that will ultimately make us better and make these programs far more effective. And I know that's certainly something we've talked about on the investment committee side, and something we're going to continue to work towards as we move forward, because these programs are very necessary for success and lifelines to so many people. But yet simultaneously, we need to be as responsible as humanly possible in regards to the, you know, the use of these funds as it goes forward. And so I know those commitments are in play from the staff, and we will continue to work that forward. Questions I will certainly take, or Josh will. Chuck, do you have a question there, or is that from your prior?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A comment as anything. Josh, just thanks to you for the background, not only this particular loan, but also on the loan loss reserve account, especially for us who are new on the council. It's good for us to look at the big picture, if you will. And thanks for reminding us that how well that fund is done, the extremely low as a percentage of charge-off loans. Even given that, much of what the council does is in the greater risk area and arena. So thanks for your good work. Thanks for your good explanation, Josh. And I for one, appreciate the good explanation. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Any other questions from the greater group?
Mr. Committee Chair Mike Easley, I got a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so Josh, I do remember the backdrop in which we had all those had that happen in the loans and all the efforts that you and others made to get out there and take care of everybody. And I mean, obviously it's bad to have a loss, but at the same time, you know, I appreciate everybody kind of keeping this in mind, but looking at the positive benefit of the program and who we did help, I think is a big deal. And while we don't like losses, I think the program itself works as it's supposed to, and we do make a difference and kept an industry stable that could otherwise have had a significant disaster with more losses that would have been, you know, felt by other entities and families in parts of Wyoming. So let's just keep that in mind. And good job. I bet you'll be glad to get this out of your hair too.
Any other questions from the greater group? So with that, we are looking for a motion to accept the staff's recommendation for the official charge off of the Weber Ag loan that has been made.
This is Kathy, so moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
And second, Brown.
There is a second from Mr. Brown. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The charge off has been approved. And we have a couple of memorandums to talk about next in regards to both the town of Alpine and the city of Cheyenne. Mr. Windling, would you please help us understand those changes that have taken place?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. This is first of 4 memos coming before the board. The first one is in regards to the continuation of the Alpine Pretreatment and Sludge Facility project. This project was awarded 2 years ago, in 2019 in October, for up to $2.3 million with an anticipated match of ED funding of just under $1.2 million. 1 year later, on November 4th, the town of Alpine notified the WBC staff that EDA funding was denied for a 3rd time. So on December 22nd of 2020, and forgive me, in the board materials, it says November 17th. That date is incorrect, and I apologize for that. But on the 22nd of December of 2020, staff sent a letter acknowledging receipt of the letter from Alpine and that they were looking for more information to proceed. A couple of those pieces to that letter were how Alpine will address the need for the cash match that they have to provide, and also an explanation of why EDA funding was denied. A reply was never received, despite several attempts by staff to follow up. So fast forward to October 4th of 2021, staff sent a notice of cancellation of funds, giving the town 30 days or until November 4th, 2021 to respond, or funding would be withdrawn. October 29th, a response was received from Alpine with a cover letter, updated site plans, and a tentative schedule beginning on October 31st. Based on the change in the project design, communication difficulties, and changes in the project funding and urgency, the investment division recommends the submission of a new application from the town of Alpine. This includes new cost estimates, plans, funding structure for the board's consideration at the March 2022 quarterly meeting. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have regarding this memo, and I believe there are some members available from the community if there's questions for them.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the board in regards to this credit facility? Yes, Kathy. go ahead.
Thank you, John. So, John, when you received the information back from the town of Alpine on October 29th, 2021, did they explain in that correspondence, did they explain why EDA had rejected their proposal?
No, we didn't see that in there. It was more of just how the project had changed, their plans, just notifying us of where the project was, but there wasn't any details on the EDA funding or where the cash match, how they were planning to come up with that.
Okay, so it sounds like there was some lapses in communication, am I correct?
Correct, yes, and I have to apologize. So this was before my time at the Business Council. I've been trying to piece everything back together. Elena Zempel was a part of this, Karen Fate, and I believe Elena would be available for any other details on communication. But yeah, from what I'm aware of, after Karen Fate's notes, those kind of things, and speak with Elena, there was just some communication problems. And a lot of that was, I think, because of COVID, that caused a lot of issues for the community as well. And they addressed that in their letter with minimal staff and those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you, John.
Ms. DeVore, I see you have your hand up.
Am I mistaken, or it said that we had these attachments, which was the town of Alpine's cover letter, their status report, and their plan, and the notice of our cancellation, but I did not have that in my packet.
And I apologize for that, Madam Co-Chair, and I'm not sure why those weren't included. There was some miscommunication between myself and Warren of where those should have been, and but I'm sorry those weren't included, but I'd be happy to include those or email those over if you need to look at those closer.
Well, it's just, it makes it kind of hard we don't know the status right now. We don't know any details about this as to where it stands. For example, the tentative schedule for starting the project was to start October 31st. So is it in process? Has this project been started?
No, so it hasn't been started. So the way it looked from this tentative schedule, that is just, they've just kind of got it going. They've had some engineering done is all. There's no construction, and actually there is no grant agreement in place on this project. So nothing, that was pending and never followed up on because there wasn't communication from the community. So there's actually not even a grant agreement in place for construction to begin and costs to be covered.
Okay, and thank you for that answer, because that's wildly important. There's a complete difference if we have a project that has begun versus one that has not, and the shovels haven't gone in the dirt. So that answers my aspect. So obviously the staff, can you give us some background as to why you want it to come back? Or Elena actually is probably the best person to give that background. Give us a quick summary, Elena, of what changes have happened and why you think that means it should come back to the board. And I'm not disputing that whatsoever. I just, without seeing them, I can't make
maybe I can jump in here a little bit on that too before we go to Elena. Some of this was presented as the town of Alpine still, seeking funds and wanting to move forward with the project, but enough changes have taken place that at a committee level, we kind of talked about how we wanted this to flow through and how long our commitment was and how long it should stay in place. And with those changes, did our original commitment still hold? All very, very appropriate questions coming through. And instead of coming full circle and saying, hey, we approved and, the changes that are in place, allows for our continuing funding. I think really where the staff was coming in and recommending, and then John and Elena, please jump in on this, is that there was enough subsequent changes that we still believed that the project had merit, but we needed to understand those to continue our commitment from a funding standpoint. And that's ultimately, I think, what the staff is hoping for today is a revisit of the changes, the new cost structures, and the project as it stands to see if those committed dollars can stay in play or if they need to change appropriately. And with that kind of as a background, I'll hand it off and you guys can clean up for me from there. Elena or John?
Sure. Am I on board?
Yes, Elena, we can hear you.
You can hear me and see the Green River Drift. Well, very good. This project had an urgency in it when it was first applied for, because if you will remember, or some of you, is that the town of Alpine has a different way that they have to treat their water effluent that has to be able to be returned to the Palisades Reservoir. They do not have their traditional settling ponds that most of the communities do. What they had capacity for this project because it is a new wastewater treatment. However, did not understand that when you are producing an IPA, you are producing a lot more foam, or any beer, but an IPA especially produce this foam for the interim because their water treatment could not handle it. They were shipping that foam or that effluent down to the town of Afton for their settling ponds. That because of the growth in the Star Valley, town of Afton became uncomfortable with using up their capacity. And I now believe the town of Afton, or Alpine, is shipping that effluent up to Paris, Idaho at a high cost. When we put this application in, our rendezvous engineering out of Jackson, Baba Blondie, had done some research and found a new post-treatment that could help with this, so that the excess foam in the Alpine wastewater treatment was taken care of. And there was an urgency because at that time Melvin was realizing a lot of growth, and it was having daily problems, and the cost of shipping that effluent was creeping up, sometimes even daily. So there was an urgency to it. And then, like everything else, 2020 hit, and Melvin experienced some slowdown in their what they were selling and in their sales. So the urgency fell away by the time that Alpine had gone through the EDA funding route. Why EDA turned that down was unclear to not only Alpine, but to me also. And in visiting with the EDA representative, I can't even really give you why EDA turned it down. And the representative, our local representative, was a little unclear about it either. But Alpine did try it 3 times. So 2020 hit, and in speaking on behalf of Alpine, and whether I should or not, there were so many other things to do, and the urgency was away. It just fell off the radar, I would say. The reporting that was, there wasn't any updates really to the reporting. And so the reporting wasn't completed. That is not untypical when a community can't explain any updates. They just don't turn a report in. So at this, so there was no reporting. I am hoping at this point, if there's new information about how this wastewater treatment can be, a new process can be integrated. I'm hoping Bob Blonding with Rendezvous Engineering on his phone, if you wish to have that information to see if there is significant change, he perhaps could answer that better. But I hope I took care of the questioning. And honestly, we also had a change in staffing. And like John said, he's catching up. But when Karen left, we lost a great volume of information, but we also lost her ability to herd communities or cats, whatever. And we got pretty dependent on her letting us know when we were supposed to turn things in and when they were missing, or at least being honest. And I think that also Alpine may have become a victim of that. Is there any clarification I need to offer to my comments?
I thank you very much, Elena.
You bet.
And Mr. Committee Chair, I would recommend, I mean, I think there's quite a bit of research and groundwork that needs to be done and presented to us before we would be able to make a good decision on this on behalf of the state and the town of Alpine. I would respectfully request that we move this to our planned February meeting and we give the staff and Alpine the time in the middle to walk through all of this and come back and present for our consideration at that time.
And I think that's the intent of the memo that's taking place here. Is that fair, John and Julie?
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair, that's correct. We are just looking for that support to go to get to that point so we can go through that process and get the information we need to you, because we don't have that as well, considering the late, you know, how all this came on so late, these changes.
But we're not asking them to start the whole process over with a new application, correct? Because that's what this memo says. It says a new application.
Well, go ahead, John.
No, you're okay, Mr. Committee Chair, please.
Well, I think ultimately we're probably talking a little bit of semantics here in respect that there's enough movement in the cost structure and the change in the project that we absolutely feel necessary from a committee standpoint that we need to revisit the project. Whether that is a full-fledged new application or not, I think is probably debatable here from the staff side of the equation. But ultimately, the changes are substantive enough that the funding needs to be reevaluated appropriately from the state side. So I think we're all trying to get to the same place here, Mr. Vore, from I think what you're asking and what the investment committee is hoping for through this process. Maybe definitionally we can clean that up a little bit in regards to whether we need a full application again, or whether we can modify the existing application to be reflective of the subsequent changes that have taken place from point A to point B to reaffirm funding as we're coming forward. So, Ms. Thayer, I see you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So just so I'm clarifying, just in my mind, there were no grant documents executed. Is that correct, John?
That's correct. There is no grant agreement in place.
Okay. And then my second question is, was that grant agreement that's not executed, but it was contingent on the EDA? So
No, sorry, Ms. Thayer. So it was the original structure of that approval or award was up to 2.3 million. So that was just in case the EDA funding was denied. So if the EDA funding would have been put in place, it would have met the cash match and basically decreased the BRC award to about half of that, of the original award.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Julie, I know you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. That was basically what I was going to clarify, is that when the board awarded Alpine funding, it was up to, which was unusual to award in that way, but the EDA award was pending. And so now knowing that the EDA funding has been denied and they can't apply for it anymore, that's where staff needs to understand, where's the cash match coming from then in this amount of time that's transpired, as well as the unusual circumstances of supply chain issues and inflation and whatnot. Are these cost estimates still relevant or not? This feels a lot like it may be a new application, but we need to continue to explore this with Alpine and I guess figure out if the project is still the same enough to modify the original application, or that this is a new application because the project's changed significantly. And so with the number of questions there are out there, staff didn't feel comfortable with proceeding with, the community still feels like, yep, we're still working on it. We've done a little bit of engineering and whatnot, but with the interim time where we didn't have communication with the changes, no funding from EDA, don't know where the match is coming from, don't know if this is still relevant or not. The brewery was really producing at a level that we're not seeing now because everything's dropped off. And so is it still an urgent need for the community? And I think with all those questions out there, the staff is asking, we think this might be a new application to be considered in March. It is probably not, well, I was going to say it may not be worded correctly, but actually I think it is. I think that's what we're asking for, that maybe we'd like to have the authority to ask for new application. But if the board's not comfortable with that, that's fine. I think staff is really here today to bring you up to speed on a project that is, stalled maybe, and get some feedback on where we're going with that.
Thank you, Julie. Any other questions? Kim, does that kind of help, bring kind of to bear the recommendation coming from the staff and what they're trying to pull off as far as making sure that the project is still sound for either the existing approval in place or things have changed enough to modify into recognizing a new application, if you will, or a new request to come forward.
Yes, that I'm comfortable with that. Do you need motion on this to defer to let staff? I would motion that we let the investment staff assess the situation and let us know in the upcoming investment committee meeting that will be held prior to our February meeting, how we intend to proceed with the town of Alpine. Does that work, Julie? John?
Yeah, I think that's very appropriate. I think that's hitting the mark as far as what everybody's wanting to take place here.
I second that.
Second to that modified motion. There is a movement and a second. All in favor of accepting the change to the town of Alpine pretreatment facility?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, John, for taking us through that. I know that was a little bit out of the box, so appreciate the help and the support on that one. Moving to the City of Cheyenne and the F.E. Warren Enhanced Lease Extension.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. Mr. Committee Chair, I'd like to get your permission to present. I do have a document that has the attachments. So as we go through each one, those will be available on the screen. And again, I apologize for those not being available in the board materials.
That's great. Thank you.
Let's see if I can. Well, I'll work on that. I don't have access right now. Participants aren't allowed to share. So hopefully we work on that as I go through the time we get through this next one, I'll have it.
Go ahead and try that again, John.
Okay, thanks, Warren. Okay, are you seeing that's the Alpine one. So here is, yeah. Can you see the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Enhanced Use Lease letter?
We can, thank you.
Okay. All right, so the second memo for your consideration is from the City of Cheyenne, F.E. Warren Air Force Enhanced Use Lease project. This was a community readiness grant, was approved by the City of Cheyenne for a $3 million grant, $1.3 million loan back in 2018. The project start date, execution date was of March 5th, 2020, with the construction end date of June 30th, 2022. The way the grant agreement was structured was $400,000 in grant funds were made available to execute conceptual design, geotechnical engineering, survey services, and civil design. The remaining grant funds could only be drawn once the following contingencies were met. This included property annexation, a final environmental review, as well as a copy of an executed lease between F.E. Warren, United States Air Force, and the developer. The extension request before you today is mainly required due to significant delays in getting an executed lease. The property annexation and final environmental review are complete. The delays are mainly caused from the original grant agreement between the developer, Balfour Beatty, and United States Air Force was terminated. The United States Air Force will reopen the request for proposal. However, the Department of Defense contracts process is very complex and it takes time. It is important to understand the complexities involved, and this project is still very important in providing infrastructure for additional housing for military personnel, as well as commercial development. And a WBC's role in getting that accomplished is crucial. The investment division recommends and requests the board approve a 2.5-year extension for the continuation of the F.E. Warren Enhanced Use Lease project. We are recommending 2.5 years instead of the requested 2 year, 3 months, just to help align with our system practices and reporting. Be happy to answer any questions regarding this memo and this extension.
Any questions for John or staff? Yes, Ms. DeVore.
I am always the one that has questions, huh? Kathy, I beat you. Do we have, and if we do not, I would recommend we insert the ability to review and approve in advance of being committed to the grant agreement, the plans with the developer or the agreement with the developer. And the background I give on this is I remember when this came initially, and Balfour Beatty was the developer in question at that time, or in the works at that time. And there was a large, significant investment on their side. And that did play strongly into our approval. I would like for us to still have the ability to make our continuing grant once they do have a developer in place, subject to our approval of that developer agreement. Do you know if the, and I see Mr. Steenbergen is on the call, but do you know if that would be favorably considered by the applicant?
Ms. Julie or John?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, we do not have that ability right now. And partly because that process was already done when they came to us previously. And so they were already selected. Balfour Beatty was selected. We didn't have anything to say about that. I'm not sure about our ability to do that. I would suggest that Mr. Steenbergen could probably address that much better than I could. He's definitely been involved in this project and in the larger missile retrofit. So I would defer to him at some point when you're ready to hear from the folks from Cheyenne. But yeah, we don't have that ability now, and I just couldn't answer whether we can insert that or not.
Okay. Mr. Committee Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to pose that question to Dale and ask Dale if you all as the applicant would be favorable to us putting that in the extension agreement, that additional provision.
Warren, is Dale out there? Can we get him on the line?
He was. Looks like we're moving them in as panelists. So Mr. Steenbergen, Mr. Mayor Collins, both of you should be able to speak now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to try to answer that question. So the way the process works, we do not have the ability to assist with picking the developer. So this is an internal process to the Air Force. We can advocate for folks that we'd like to have, but they apply directly to the Air Force. It's a SAF-IE responsibility within the Secretary's office. You know, we have advocated for a contractor from our state, and we have reinforced that. But we cannot actually review that before it is internal to the Air Force, I guess is the simple answer. Now, that being said, they also have to do an agreement with the city to make this whole thing work. So we could try to figure out some interaction there, but I would worry in that case that then we'd be putting ourselves through this process all over again if they couldn't work out a deal with the city. So.
Well, and let me clarify, I'm not asking to participate in the choice of who the developer is, but if the state is going to expand, and I apologize, I cannot read the amount, but if I remember right, this was a significant grant and loan amount. Sorry, $4.4 million of the state's money. We made that initial decision knowing that the developer that was coming in was making significant capital contributions to the project. That weighed on our decision before we were to expend grant funds. I feel like the state should have the ability to see what the provisions are before we commit our grant funds. And I'm also trying to avoid saying, no, come back to the drawing board later. I mean, we do not want that for anyone. I just want to be sure that if the project changes, we have the opportunity to weigh in on our funding.
Right, so I would say there's a little bit of a protection on that. And I mean, I haven't seen what the Air Force's RFP is going to be, but the enhanced use leases are done for specific purposes, right? So I would expect that the housing piece and the commercial piece, just like we have talked about, is going to have to be done again, right? Now, once the Air Force signs that lease, certainly we could do a review with you because we'll know at that point so let me back up a minute. Before they do a lease, right, what they do is respond to an RFP. So once that is done, we are aware of that contractor. We can see all of the plan, right? Some of the initial design work for infrastructure has been started, which shows the housing and the commercial development. So it's really just going to be looking for another developer to pick up what's started, right? So it's not going to be a complete rehash. The Air Force isn't saying, oh, if you want to put, if you want to, I don't know, build tiddlywinks there and build a factory there, the Air Force isn't going to do that lease. This is released for a purpose. And there's not any money coming from anywhere else. I mean, the developer has to bring the money forward. Is that answering your question? I'm not sure exactly what. Doing my best.
No, that's okay. I appreciate that, Dale. I do. And Julie or Josh may have additional insight. I only say that because
I think that Madam Co-Chair, I think my question and comment has to do with, I think what we're asking is, should we develop a contingency that says we at least have some way to approve that, yes, because the contractor that was named before and that we had trust in and that we believed in, that was selected, that we felt strongly, and that was a part of the original discussion around this particular project. Should we and can we have a contingency, I apologize, for the board and us to say, yes, we approve of this contractor as well. And it's a choice that we can or don't have to make, but we have that option to make sure that we feel comfortable with that selection. Nothing to do with the selection, we're not trying to get in the middle of that, but we at least want an out if for some reason we don't feel comfortable. I think that's what you were asking. Is that right, Kim? And so Mr. Steenberg, and I don't think we want to be in the middle of that. I don't think that we're trying to. What we're trying to say is we have a hard time obligating state money to now more uncertainty in the project, and we want to hedge against that uncertainty.
And Josh, this is John. I think that's well said, because this has many of the same lines that the town of Alpine deal just provided us, which is a changing landscape that gets pushed out far enough into the future that the commitment that we made yesterday gets a little bit cloudy as we walk it forward. And we're trying to find a mechanism in these things, correct, to the process of making sure that our investment into these projects is still hitting all of the internal marks that we're seeking as the Wyoming Business Council.
So that the one check you have on that is that the agreement, right, with the city is for housing and commercial development, right? So it still has to meet those benchmarks. I think the city is fine. I can tell you, Patrick and I have talked about this often, right? We want a pretty spectacular development as this goes, because it has a lot of implications for us with this advancement in the missile field and how to leverage that, keeping those airmen out from going on Colorado. So there is a safety built into that with the agreement from you guys to the city. So I think we could, if there's another way to strengthen that, I think that would be fine. I would warn against the fact that, so we haven't, there's a big difference between what we just heard from Alpine and what you're hearing from us. We have not been rejected by the Air Force, right? And we did not have a signed contract in the first place with the Air Force. I think the Air Force is still on board with us. I don't think they are. They are. I mean, it as a matter of fact, we are responding to part of what leadership in Wyoming was telling us, is that we'd love to have a local contractor. So, you know, Patrick and I have actually, and I hope he comments in a minute, but we have worked, we're encouraging the Air Force to say, look, if there's any feet dragging from Balfour at all, let's give some of our local guys who we know are sitting here waiting or to dive into this, let's give them a shot at it. And we think they'll be more timely for us. So not really, I hear the worry about the security of the state's money. We feel that same concern, and we want to be safe too. But I think you have to do that with that agreement to the city. But I think if you reread that, it really, if we don't supply housing and a significant number of houses, of housing units to airmen, this project goes away, and the money is not available.
Mr. Durrell, let's see, got hands go up.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Collins.
Hi, I'm Mayor Collins, and maybe I can weigh in a little bit with this because I understand exactly where you're coming from. I'm responsible for public dollars also, and you want to make sure they're spent the way that the agreement was, or the intent that you gave them to us was. We have annexed that property. So any building that's going to happen on that property today has to come through our process. So we have control of what's going to happen there. It has to be zoned. We have to have a site plan. So we understand what our commitment to you was and what our goal is to get that done, and we'll make that happen. Housing is one of our biggest concerns with the expansion of the missile field, with the announcements that we currently have just recently in economic development, and ones we know are coming. We have a significant housing shortage. The Air Force has asked us for two things. They've asked us, they're our top employer, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of impact in our community. They've asked us for two things. They want things for their airmen to do to keep them out of trouble, and they're asking for quality places for them to live. Those are the two things they keep asking for us. Since I've been mayor, which is now, I'm in my 12th month, we met with Balfour every week to 2 weeks through this process because I was frustrated with the fact that it wasn't moving forward. And I became convinced that the problem was more Balfour than anything. They own all of the privatized housing on the base. And I just think that maybe there was a, maybe this is on my part, but a reluctance on their part to add to that housing. They don't want to jeopardize what they currently had. And so I think they were dragging feet. We talked, Dale and I talked with the head guy at the Air Force, AFCAC, to say that we're not getting the responsiveness that we would hope and the timeliness that we'd hope, and ask them to give us a chance to find a local developer that we think would be more responsive, plus also would keep the money here in our community. And so they've done that. And in the spring, they're going to bring us, the RFP is going to go back out again. We have a local contractor that has told us they will apply. I have a couple of backup ones in hand in case that doesn't work out. This delay puts us a little bit behind, but it does take care of our housing needs, our partnership with the Air Force. And I'm really convinced that when we get this built, it'll be a great project. And not only will it be good for housing, but it's also going to give us a commercial development right on the interstate, which we don't have, that I think will capture some dollars that are coming up I-25 and I-80 that we're not getting now. And so I think it's a great project for Wyoming and for Cheyenne. And I appreciate all of your support through this process.
Thanks, Mayor. So trying to circle this back to the staff recommendation at this stage, what we're really asking is, can we provide extension at this stage for recognizing the complexity of the project that's bringing to bear the timeframes that this complexity brings, the extension of the commitment. Is that something that we want to move forward with as a council, or does the change modify it enough to And I don't disagree, Dale, that it's different than the town of Alpine, but it's got elements that are similar for us in regards to a changing project and the funding that exists behind it. So I would certainly take any recommendations or a movement to recommend staff support of extending this request. Julie, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Could I just suggest that we modify the motion to approve the extension contingent upon review of the RFPs or the agreements that are executed with the Air Force? I'm confident that it will still be a project that the Business Council wants to support and will be good for Wyoming. So I don't think there's any, there's not a shred of hesitation in my saying, let's base it on that, do the review, take it back to the investment committee as we would with Alpine, and then move forward. I don't think this maybe needs to come back to the board in March, but rather if the investment committee signs off on that and says this looks like a good agreement, a good proposal for the contractor, then we could go ahead and execute that extension. I don't have drafted language for that, but that's a suggested avenue, I guess.
No, that seems like a reasonable modification to the original request, is the ability to review the selected contractor through the process, because that could theoretically be material to the funds going out the door. Likely will not be, recognizing the scope and scale of the project and the diligence that will be taking place by all parties involved, but it's a reasonable modification to this request. So with that, unless there is strong opposition, is there a motion to accept the new recommendation for the approval of the extension? There is a motion by Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second from Kathy. All in favor
Right.
of accepting, or discussion? Sorry, Kim.
Just to clarify, so this is a motion to approve subject to review by staff and the investment committee and comfort that the projects has not changed significantly and the contractor is acceptable. Is that what you were suggesting, Julie?
Thank you, Kim, for that clarification. With that understood, all in favor of the request, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. That motion is carried. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time today.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move on to the VAC Tech. John, see if we can keep this thing moving in the right direction. I don't want to screw up Kim's perfect timing at this stage to the agenda.
Mr. Committee Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Lander Maven loan request is the next one on the agenda.
Oh, you're right. Forgive me, I fast forwarded. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. The third one on the agenda comes from Lander for the Maven headquarters. They're asking for an additional loan request. They are asking to increase that to the maximum of $3 million, which is an additional $294,608 from their original ask and award. This is due to the significant increases in material costs due to the pandemic and resulting supply chain and labor issues. Since awarded, there has been several bids attempted. It wasn't until recently that a bid was received that was comfortable enough for the project to proceed. With the additional loan request, the project would be in a position to move forward. Staff has reviewed the most recent financials and feel very comfortable with Maven being able to handle the increased lease payments required by the town to cover the increased loan request. And the investment division recommends and requests the WBC board's directors approval of additional loan requests to the maximum of $3 million to the city of Lander for the Maven headquarters project. I'm happy to answer any questions on this one as well. And there are members of Maven and city of Lander if there are any questions for them as well too. I will do that. And the attachment for this memo was the resolution of support from the city of Lander.
Any questions in regards to the increase in the funding levels for the project associated with Maven? Just a quick one from me. Really, this is just cost overruns, not even accepted, but just through the bidding process with the materials that have gone up. And ultimately, that adjustment is a little less than 10%. That's fair, correct, John?
Correct. Yeah, and it's this was a process. They've done their due diligence and holding off the project, trying to wait on other bids, and then I think they're one of their first bids that went out were almost $2 million over projected cost. And I think, as everyone knows, and what Josh Durrell spoke to earlier, it was, the increase in costs were significant. And this is a project that they have tried to take it on their own to try to figure out these shortfalls, and so it can proceed.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? I see a hand up from Cade.
Yeah, so this is Cade from Maven. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, so just a very, very brief summary. So when the bids came in June, they came in at almost $7 million. We had an estimate from a professional estimator at 5.7. So that was a pretty significant increase. I think some of that was a little bit of failure on the estimator, and a lot of that was just huge cost overruns and a lot of the subcontractors maybe padding their estimation a little bit since they had to make a one-year contract. In that course, we value engineered pretty significant amounts of changes to the building, just, in some of the surfaces, redesigning a little bit of the footprint. We're still within the same size structure. The primary contract got a couple of new subs to do that they were able to negotiate down some rates. And so the city has provided a notice of award of bid, and we're ready to go to contract probably next week. We're waiting on the 100% new drawings now. The total cost of the project is still going to be about 6.1 in construction with all of our design and engineering fees. We're covering the overages from there, but we're just asking for this little bit of extra help through the loan up to the max amount. And then we have a line of credit from a local bank to take care of the balance from there.
Thank you, Kate, for that background. That's helpful to understand those changes. So with that, I will ask if there is a motion to accept the staff recommendation to increase the loan amount to support the additional costs associated with the project.
So moved.
There's
Second.
a motion from Mike,
Second.
and second from Alex. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Motion carried. Now we'll get back in order with the VACTech. Thanks, John.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So yeah, the fourth and final memo comes from CETA. It's for the VacuTech repayment plan. CETA has formally agreed with VacuTech to end the high-tech park manufacturing facility expansion project. On March 13th, VacuTech informed CETA, and that's March 13th of 2020, VacuTech informed CETA that their board of directors and management were first to reassess short-term business strategies and commitments due to the uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic, and made the decision to halt the construction process on their new building expansion in the Sheridan High-Tech Business Park. Obviously, this was not the community's fault. However, based on the current state budget situation, the grant funds for engineering costs incurred needed to be returned, but in a flexible way to the community. CETA is proposing a 10-year term to repay those grant funds drawn on the terminated VacuTech project. The payments will be made annually for $28,006.20 beginning June of this coming year. The investment division requests the board's approval of a proposed 10-year prepayment plan from CETA for the terminated Vacutech project, totaling $280,062. Are there any questions? I will get.
Go ahead, Josh. I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The only thing I wanted to do is make sure we got to that part of the document and just make sure that way. Okay, thank you.
Give everybody a half second to read that. Any questions from the greater board? With no questions being posed, I would ask for a motion to accept the staff recommendation for repayment of these funds to take place over the next 10 years for the full expenditure that was placed.
This is Kathy. I so move.
There is a motion from Kathy. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Kim. Was that your hand raised appropriate? Okay, there is a second from Kim. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And with that, I will hand it back over to our chairman.
Sorry, took me a moment to find the unmute button. John, did you want, and let me look at our time. I guess we are not ahead of schedule. So we will stick with the original schedule. And okay, it is 12:45 right now. I would, I know 30 minutes is short for lunch. Does anyone feel like they can do it in 20? So we can get closer back to schedule. Okay, we're going for 20. Eat and eat fast. We will come back here at 1:05. Work? Thank you all very much. Okay. I see board members clicking back on. We're all swishing around in our mouth and hoping that we're not close enough, that there's anything in our teeth. So with that being said, Mr. Coyne, back to you.
Very good. Well, we're into the second part of this. And so I know we had talked about moving the Brownfield project up, but we'll be 5 minutes behind time and hopefully we can make it up. And so with this, I will hand it over to Justin and Cindy Martinez, who is on in respect with the DEQ.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And yeah, just to quickly introduce Cindy Martinez, she is the Brownfields Program Supervisor over at DEQ. So she'll be available for questions and to fill in anywhere that she feels is necessary. So again, sorry, I need to apologize. First off, the investment committee did not get to hear this program or this project rather. It came in a little late, but it is important that we do hear it at this meeting. There are some moving pieces with supplemental funding with the EPA. So hopefully getting this money committed will allow us to get some of that supplemental funding. So it is important that we do hear it today at this meeting. So with that, I'll get into a little bit of the history of the program. I know the board doesn't hear a lot of these projects, so I thought it was important to kind of give you some background and tell you a little bit about the program itself. So in 2018, the EPA, well, we received $800,000 in an RLF grant from the EPA in 2018, and that's essentially used for brownfields cleanup. The RLF provides low interest loans and or grants to clean up those brownfield sites in Wyoming. And some of you might be wondering, what is a brownfield site? And specifically, it's defined as real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. So some of those, for instance, would be asbestos, lead, petroleum, hydrocarbons, many others as well. Some acceptable cleanup activities include removing, mitigating, or preventing the release or threat of release of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. And really how this program is kind of structured is that the Business Council and DEQ have a memorandum of understanding for the administration of the program. Both agencies, we prepare the applications and market these loans to communities. The Business Council serves more on the financial side as the lead fiscal agent, and the DEQ will oversee project management, site cleanup, approval of invoices, and things of that nature. Just a few projects that we've had recently, and one of which was presented to the board, but we'll get to that soon. In May 2020, the town of DuBois received a sub-grant, and that was in the amount of $95,000. That project has been completed, and the town has since sold the building to a private owner. The one that you guys may recall was actually last year at this time, Spring Hill Apartments LLC, and more specifically, Wyoming Housing Network, was approved by the board for $225,000 sub-grant and $275,000 loan, or $500,000 total. That was for asbestos abatement in Casper. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the requirements with the grant application and things like that, they ended up backing out of the funding, and there was not any money awarded to them after all. So this next project that I'll present later on is the next one you'll see. And you haven't seen any other ones just because they've been below that $100,000 threshold to be presented to the board. The most recent one was in June of 2021. The town of Shoshone received a sub-grant in the amount of just under $100,000 for the removal of asbestos, lead paint, and other hazardous material. This project was completed in November, and we are having discussions of just the Brownsfield RLF options with new motel owners in Saratoga, Sheridan County, School District number 2. So I'll open it up to Cindy if she thinks she can add any more information, just kind of general background, or we can move on.
You know, if people have specific questions, Justin, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, please feel free to move on.
Perfect. I guess before we get into the actual project here, does anyone have any questions regarding just background or general process for these funds?
Looks like you're good to go, Justin. Oh, no, Pam, go ahead.
Justin, I just want to clarify. So this program that we have, the Wyoming Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, is completely separate from the Brownfields EPA grants and money, correct?
That is correct. Yes, this is just a separate program. We got that $800,000 in 2018. So correct, Pam. Yes.
So that was clarified. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll just continue on here. We'll get right into this next project proposal for you. This one is in Sheridan, Wyoming. It's the former Acme power plant, and that'll be just abatement of asbestos and other hazardous material that was found while doing targeted brownfield assessments by the EPA. So this power plant is located approximately 6 miles north of Sheridan near the Montana border. It was acquired by the Sheridan County Conservation District in 2017, and their expressed interest is to clean up the site and really get it back into productive reuse. This area is really used by locals for hunting, fishing, just outdoor recreation. So it is important for this building to get cleaned up. There are contaminants in the soil outside of the building, so it really is kind of a hazard for anyone trying to kind of enjoy those outdoor recreational areas around the site. The power plant and historical activities conducted at the property are really the primary source of the contamination. It was built in 1910 from bricks made locally at the Sheridan Press and Brick Company. And at one point, it was said to be one of the most advanced in the West. So it does have some historical value as well to be considered when abating this asbestos and really getting the building back into kind of working order. Phase 1 and Phase 2 targeted brownfield assessments were conducted through the EPA. Those found large quantities of asbestos throughout the building, including over 32,000 square feet in the boiler and door insulation, as well as other places, over 1,500 square feet, or linear feet, excuse me, in brick caulk piping, insulation and wire insulation, over 1,300 cubic feet in insulation debris throughout the building, and other electrical panels, fire doors, pipe gaskets, and pipe joints. So overall, the building is pretty packed with asbestos and other contaminants that do need to be abated through this grant program. And through the participation with the Wyoming Voluntary Remediation Program, over 55 barrel drums containing various petroleum products, as well as other materials, and 60 cubic yards of bulk and loose contaminants were removed from the buildings throughout the property in 2018. I do have some pictures later on, if you want to take a look in your board books, of the current condition of the building itself. There is a picture in there of some removal of those 55 barrel drums as well. The VRP applied for, was awarded, and administered an EPA site-specific cleanup grant that provided funding for soil, groundwater, surface water, and sediment sampling, subsequent reports, ecological assessments, screening, and remedial evaluations. Based on data and evaluations as described in the Sheridan County Conservation District, intends applying for an EPA cleanup grant for abatement of asbestos and other hazardous materials through the building. With that being said, this project is, I want to say, well over 800,000 in total budget. Cindy can get the exact number, but this is a huge project, and I think it is very important for the community to get this done. But to address the soil contamination and surface debris, Sheridan County Conservation District is requesting a Wyoming Brownsfield Revolving Loan Fund subgrant in the amount of $500,000. Work under this subgrant probably won't commence until 2022 at the earliest, and likely won't be completed until 2025 at the earliest. So for the reasons stated above, staff recommends an encumbrance of $500,000 for the abatement of asbestos and other hazardous materials throughout the former Acme plant. And again, there's some pictures at the end of this documentation for your reference if you're interested what the site looks like at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. This is Cindy. I just wanted to clarify this subgrant for $500,000 is to address the environmental media, the dispersed asbestos in soil, petroleum hotspots, things of that nature. And the Sheridan County Conservation District, as the owner, has applied for the cleanup grant, and they asked for an EPA waiver. And this will be to begin to address building components covered with asbestos, lead-based paint, PCBs, tetrachloroethylene in the sediments in the basement of the plant. So they've asked for a waiver for building materials, and they've applied for $650 building. This is specifically for the outside of the building in the soils, and as well as some debris cleanup in order for contractors and others to access this safely for cleanup. So it's a big project, as Justin mentioned.
Thank you, Cindy.
All right, we've got a couple questions forming up here. Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you, John. So Cindy or Justin, maybe you can answer this for me. It should be done by 2025, am I correct? It should be, the abatement should be pretty much.
Well, we hope that it
Okay.
will be.
Okay.
So,
And-
and of course, it depends on other factors, but
Sure.
hopefully.
So, and you mentioned the reuse of the building. Is there any specific plans for that? Is there anything that is in mind for that reuse?
Well, so based on what we know now, and there's been some pretty significant community participation, and there's been a lot of discussion on what to reuse the building for, whether to keep the building. So at this point, there's simply ideas, and the public has been consulted, and the overarching reuse of the site has been identified as green space or trails or other recreational uses, and the building at this point, they're not sure what they're going to do with it. But regardless of what the end use of the building is, the asbestos has to be abated. So they can't just knock it down with the asbestos and all the contaminants and components and all of those things still in place. So, but there's no final determination on what the reuse of the building will be.
Okay, thank you, Cindy.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Law, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just to add a little local flavor, that area now, as we see more demand, is getting a lot of activity up there, and they have to definitely do something with that, because there's been instances where people who run around, somebody got a Italian thing over there the other day. But it's where it's located, it's kind of on the north end of Sheridan, down pushing toward Thunderbird. And then you have, obviously, you have the trails on the south side along the Bighorns. And so Sheridan kind of sandwiches in between that, and it gets more and more interest in use. And I just wanted to kind of give you my personal thing, because it's a pretty cool spot, but it's got some obvious issues that they need to resolve in the coming years. So the public can really enjoy the surroundings, what it really could be. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mark. Pam?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Cindy, I have a couple questions. Is one, I want to make sure I'm clear on exactly what the 500,000 is going to go toward. And
of course.
And then my second question is, the EPA cleanup grant, is that the one they just turned in that was due December 1st? And then
that's correct.
Because I've just gone through a whole brown, so I'm kind of aware on all this. We just did a bunch here in Rollins. So
oh, great, right.
That I understand what's the 500,000, and then you said 650 was the cleanup grant that was just turned in for review, correct?
That's correct, yes. So for clarification, the cleanup grant that was written and submitted by the Conservation District as owners of the site, because the cleanup grants at this point in time must be submitted by owners of a site. So DEQ can't submit those cleanup grants to EPA. But the Conservation District did submit that. I believe it was for, and I'd have to check to be 100% sure, but I believe they asked for a waiver for $650,000. So, and that's to address the asbestos inside the buildings, because it is literally dripping from components, such as boilers, mastic in floors, window glaze. It's everywhere within the building. In addition to lead-based paint on components, walls, floors, that type of thing, as well as PCBs in transformers. There's also sediments in the basement that have chlorinated solvents from likely parts cleaning over the years that's in sediment. So that's the Conservation District's cleanup grant. So that's, while of course related to, somewhat separate from our request is to address the environmental media, meaning the soils outside of the building, and hot spots with petroleum, as well as the debris removal. So what would happen is, under a subgrant, the Conservation District would follow proper purchasing and procurement to secure a contractor and a qualified environmental professional to put together bid packages, proposals, or requests for proposals, and then a contractor would perform those cleanup activities in accordance with the VRP statutory requirements, as well as the remedial alternatives that have already been evaluated and chosen for what will be the outside soil cleanup portion. So that's what that $500,000 would be for, would be contracting to actually perform the cleanup work outside of the buildings.
Okay,
That
so I
help.
want to make sure I understood that. And then again, Cindy had asked that there is not any confirmed reuse of the land or the building at this point.
You know, they have a lot of partners, the Conservation District does, including the Nature Conservancy, I think Fish and Game, the Sheridan County Land Trust, I think, and adjacent owners such as the Padlock Ranch and interested stakeholders. So they're very collaborative with the community. So, you know, it's not up to us really what the final reuse is, but they're trying to bring everyone together and options. And you know, I guess down the road, maybe the county, once it's cleaned up, maybe the county would be interested in it, but there's no confirmed end reuse today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions being posed on the Brownfield project? With that, is there a recommendation to take staff's approval of the project? If so, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Approval.
Looks like there's a motion from Alex and a second from Kim, if you guys are okay with that. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Was that a motion to against or for, Chuck?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was a little tardy in pushing my unmute button, Mr. Chairman, but I'm in favor.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to clarify for those taking minutes. Thank you. With that being said, it looks like the motion's approved. Thank you, Justin, and Cindy for all the background on the Brownsfield project.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the approval.
All right.
Appreciate that.
You're very welcome. We're going to keep this thing moving forward and start to talk about the BRC projects. Noel, are you ready to go?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Committee Chair. Yes, I'm ready whenever.
Okay, let's get into the applications received and start moving through those projects.
Stop my video. My camera's not working very well. So I believe we have a PowerPoint if we can pull that up. And as we get that PowerPoint pulled up, so we do have 4 projects before you today, but I'll go ahead and talk about our BRC funding allocation. So for this quarter, we have about $11 million remaining in the BRC account. The purpose of our allocation targets are really just to ensure that we have funds that are available throughout the biennium for opportunities as they arise. And it also allows the board to set and communicate priorities for funding specific project types. The applications that we've received for September 1st, we do have 4 of them. The first one is City of Cheyenne, a managed data center project Bison for $2.25 million. The town of Shoshone has a community readiness business park sewer infrastructure for about $1.6 million. Town of Jackson has a community project for their Summit Community Connector project for about $25,000. And the town of Shoshone also has a planning grant for a full service hotel feasibility study at $25,000. So total requests are about $4 million. And again, we have about $11 million remaining. So we do have plenty of funding available for this round and future rounds. If there are no questions on that, we can just move right into the 4 projects that we have today. So the first one is the City of Cheyenne. The City of Cheyenne is requesting a $2.25 million managed data center cost reduction grant on behalf of Project Bison. Project Bison is a Fortune 50 company looking to expand its regional footprint in Southeast Wyoming. The company has purchased a 260-acre parcel of land within the Bison Business Park here in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The purpose of the project is to develop a large data center campus that will store and process data, create a platform for economic growth, spur job creation, and help develop the technical ecosystem that exists here in Laramie County. The company anticipates construction will be completed and operations will commence by the end of 2022, beginning 2023 timeframe. The location of this project was fully annexed into the city in February of 2021, and it will require multiple miles of infrastructure enhancements. Cheyenne Leads, who owns the business park, and Project Bison have an agreement in place to provide the necessary water, sewer, and road enhancements to feed this project, as well as provide the additional development opportunities for currently unused land. Right now, Project Bison is in the process of awarding the first phase of water and sewer to a local contractor, and that work should be happening here pretty soon. The second phase bid package will be sent out sometime this month, and a third bid package is slated for 2022 to complete that infrastructure. The purpose of the managed data center cost reduction grant is really to help data centers offset some of the costs incurred by the increased electricity costs. Electricity is the largest operating expense because data centers include redundant critical power and cooling components in order to provide increased safeguards against information technology process disruptions. And this project, the projected electrical expenses is $11 million annually, and the state will collect sales tax on those costs. Next slide, please. Staff did evaluate this project on the 4 components that we have been doing: job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations. So for job quality, Project Bison plans to create 13 permanent full-time jobs. These positions will pay at least $33 an hour or 160% above the county median wage of $20.66 per hour. And all of the positions will be benefited. As stated before, Project Bison is a Fortune 50 hyperscale data center company, and they plan to be named after all of the approvals that are in place. The investments team has reviewed their business information and has no concerns regarding this project. The community engagement, this project does fit well with local economic development goals, and the community anticipates several long-term benefits to the public. These include the expansion and improvements of the local public infrastructure, the roads, power lines, water, and sewer that'll go into the Bison Business Park, additional job opportunities, and increased economic activity through construction spending and land use preparations. This project will contribute to the region's property and sales tax on the electrical expenses. And finally, Project Bison will enact a firm policy of utilizing Wyoming businesses in the construction process. Not only was the managed data center cost reduction program put in place to help these companies offset their high cost of electricity, but also to incentivize a technology center in the state. And the reason the state is interested in incentivizing these types of businesses through this program is because because of the low risk nature of the program. We at the Business Council staff, we verify the jobs, wages, and capital investment figures before utility expenses are reimbursed. The positions and wages that are created are typically highly technical and highly paid. For example, with Project Bison, they are anticipating wages at 160% higher than the county median wage. The state does collect taxes on these projects, and they align with the state strategic plan in activating new sectors and enhancing an ecosystem. And we talk a lot about ecosystems, but the reason that it is so important is because an ecosystem is a network of organizations and or businesses where each entity affects and is affected by the others. And there are real benefits to ecosystems. They can provide synergies within each other. They can help develop shared purchasing power, leverage technology, build a more ready workforce for all the businesses in that cluster, etc. And this is especially true in Laramie County. Right now, they have 4 data centers and they're actively recruiting more. So they're really moving forward with that ecosystem. Finally, the economic impact of these type of projects are typically high. For Project Bison, the state can expect a return on its investment or an ROI in less than 2 years. That means that after 5 years, the state's $2.25 million contribution will yield a direct project impact of over $10 million. The investments team is recommending funding as requested. The Attorney General opinion is currently pending. The process for that is we formally request an opinion if the project is recommended for funding by the Business Council staff before it goes to SLIB. So that Attorney General opinion will occur if this gets recommended for funding for SLIB. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I believe that we have members of the community online as well that can answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Kathy, I see you have your hand raised.
I do. I have a question. You may be able to answer this. So with all the data center activity in the area of Cheyenne, is there any concern about the electricity baseload that needs to be provided, or is that a moot question? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
That's a great question, Ms. Tomasi, and I believe that the community has looked into that when they're expanding their business parks, and that's part of this process is making sure that all of their infrastructure is in place, but I'm sure the community members would have a little bit more information on that if they're available to answer that question.
Mr. Chair, this is Betsy Hale, CEO of Cheyenne Leads. If I have permission to answer that question.
Please, Betsy.
Yes, we work closely with Black Hills Energy long before we site these data centers. We want to be sure as an economic development entity that they have an ability to serve. It would be disingenuous to invite a company to come here if the energy company doesn't have the capacity. You will know, and maybe it wasn't brought up here today, that their Black Hills is actually purchasing 116 acres in the Bison Business Park to build the infrastructure needed by this data center. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
Joe Stacknick, I am a representative for the organization. And yes, the energy team has done a thorough analysis in terms of energy load ability to accommodate this particular development. And so that's really the starting process of any data center, is validating the energy needs, and then more importantly, the infrastructure needs as well. And so those have already been confirmed that it would accommodate not only this particular project, but a lot of the infrastructure will also help facilitate the development in and around the surrounding area as well.
Thank you. Alex, it looks like you have a question.
I did. I like these managed data center projects. They're a little more straightforward and easy to understand. But maybe this was lost on me when we met as a committee, but this is kind of the beginning of what could be something quite a bit larger, given the 260 acres parcel of land that's been purchased. I know there's only a commitment to one main building and one substation, but do we have a sense of what percentage of a maximum build out that could be? I mean, is this 5% or is it 50% of what could be in this 260 acre parcel?
From the perspective of at least Microsoft, what they often do, and a lot of data centers often approach these projects in the same manner, is that they look for what can lay the foundation for a much more significant growth. Going to the question earlier regarding energy needs, infrastructure, water, and then clearly labor as well, are all taken under consideration for a larger footprint than is initially proposed. Whether that comes to fruition is contingent upon a myriad of factors, including market demand and continued planning by the organization as well.
Thank you. Chuck, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Chairman Coyne. So I'm familiar with a couple of the business parks around Cheyenne. Where is the Bison Business Park physically located from town?
Mr. Chair, Betsy Hale, CEO, Cheyenne Leads. The Bison Business Park, if you take Highway 85 south toward Greeley, and if you're familiar with where the port of entry is, there is construction going on right now for infrastructure on about 1,200 acres of real estate to the east of 85, east of the port of entry.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this stage? Erin.
I just, no questions at this stage, just a comment that these can have really big impacts in the community, as well as the technical jobs, and the level of jobs that comes into a community can have a really big impact. So, hats out to Leads in the Cheyenne community for the work that they've done and in terms of attracting these types of companies and working on diversification in our Wyoming economy. So.
All right. And Noelle, if you don't mind, can you kind of wrap back up the staff recommendation to this end for the Bison project, for Project Bison, I should say?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Committee Chair. We'd be happy to. So the investments team recommends funding as requested. We do so because the project provides high-paying, high-tech positions. There is an ROI of less than 2 years to recapture BRC funds, and it aligns with the state of Wyoming's economic development strategic plan in that it activates new economic sectors and enhances a growing ecosystem.
Very good. Thank you. And then Warren, are we aware of anybody out there from a public perspective that would like to make comment here?
Mr. Coyne, we've got the representatives from the project on the phone, but I don't see that we have any hands raised from anyone else.
Okay. Any other comments from the people involved with the project that they'd like to share with us? And if you do, again, please state name and help us understand your position to that end. And then for the sake of time and effort, try to be concise with your points in regards to, anything that might not be captured in the conversations that's taking place today.
Yeah, this is just Joseph Stafnik, again, partner with Ryan Consulting. Just want to thank everyone, including Cheyenne Leads, City Cheyenne, and the council for their consideration on this very important project. We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to partner with all of you.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Chair, this is Charles Bloom, Planning and Development Director. If I may speak to the committee.
Please.
Yes, this is an exciting project. We've had a wonderful partnership with Leeds all the way through. The data center that is the specific recipient of this application represents less than 20% of the entire business park area. So I believe that you would also see a return on investment a little bit earlier, as other uses will probably flock to that area because Leeds is doing really well at recruiting different businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Any other public comment? All right, from a mechanic standpoint, are we going to vote on these individually, or are we doing this as a block at the end? Noel or Warren?
Typically, John, we go through all the projects and then we'll vote on them one at a time at the end.
Individually passage. Thank you for the clarification.
You
Go ahead,
bet.
Noel. Let's move into Shoshone then.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our next project is the Shoshone Business Park Sewer Infrastructure. The town of Shoshone is requesting about $1.6 million in community readiness grant to extend sewer infrastructure from Maple Street westward towards the Wyoming Mushroom Farm. This infrastructure will develop an 8-inch sewer main and allow for the readiness of 273 acres of land. The town currently owns 113 acres with water infrastructure already present. The other 160 acres are owned by Wyoming Mushrooms. The increased sewer capacity will be utilized to expand their business operations, create 20 to 30 new jobs, and create employee housing. Additional objectives that will be achieved by this project include the construction of a grocery store, development of 30 acres of commercial property, and development of residential property with plans to build about 70 homes. Without BRC assistance, it would be very difficult for the town to pay for the infrastructure expansion and develop these lots, and it would also significantly affect the expansion plans for Wyoming Mushrooms. Just to kind of show you what it will look like on the map, it'll extend westward. The sewer infrastructure will extend westward. The light green square there is going to be housing, residential development. The northern dark green is the Wyoming Mushroom Facility. The light orange kind of band there is the 30 acres of commercial land that'll be developed. And then the bottom dark green property is going to be more residential, but it'll be more like ag residential, where they'll be able to have horse facilities and larger lots of land. And so that's kind of their plan for the development with that sewer infrastructure. We follow the evaluation like we've done with all the projects for this one. Since this is a community readiness project, there is no job quality or company strength. It's not applicable for this application. So we looked at the community engagement and state considerations. For community engagement, the town of Shoshone has been working for years towards building a more dynamic community. In addition to purchasing the 113 acres of land for the residential and commercial needs in December of 2020, they've demolished several old buildings in their town and replaced them with a park that has basketball hoops, barbecue pits, and a pergola. There is also strong local support for this project, as seen in the letters of support starting on page 65 of your board materials, and as well as the cash match being contributed by Wyoming Mushrooms, a local business looking to expand its operations. The sewer line and residential development are key to this expansion, as they are unable to grow as planned without it. A little bit more just about Wyoming Mushrooms. They are looking to expand to ready-to-eat products. So like mushroom jerky is one of the things that they're looking at doing. They do have plans to increase employment to 40 by next year, which is about double what they have now. Right now they're renting 10 to 12 homes right now, but they're obviously going to need more for their expansion and workforce needs. And as stated previously, they have 160 acres, but they're only utilizing about 15% of it. And so there is a lot of opportunity for them to expand. There's also potential to attract other new business to the area. In the past, other companies have expressed interest in Shoshone, but due to the lack of sewer and a developed place to build, those plans just weren't able to go forward in a time frame that worked for those businesses. And there's even business now. There are a couple other businesses that have expressed interest recently, and they have also included letters of support, which you can find in your board materials. For state considerations, this project, we believe, will show a positive economic impact. Our reporting processes and record keeping allows the investments team to run an analysis of past projects of a similar nature and in a similar sized community to see what those types of projects typically produce in economic impact. So when we conducted this analysis for this project, it realized a positive ROI for the state based on what past projects have produced. And when we looked at it, we're pretty confident that they're actually going to go above what we've seen other projects of a similar nature do. So we felt that their economic impact was very positive. The community also anticipates this project will enable them to participate in statewide economic development recruitment efforts with the newly developed business park. When we were discussing recruitment, it was really interesting as they stated that their school is a really big recruitment tool for their community. Their school is the #1 STEM program in the state, and about 1/3 of their student population is traveling from other areas. And finally, this project aligns with the state strategic plan in a couple of ways. It adds value to core industries. It's supporting the expansion of the local agricultural business, and it will leverage local economic development by empowering the town of Shoshone to sustainably develop their own unique economy. Based on this, staff is recommending funding as requested. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I do believe the mayor and another community representative are on and can answer questions as well.
Any questions posed up for the infrastructure project at this stage? Mr. Massey.
Thank you. So Noel, it says in the evaluation that the other businesses have expressed interest in the area, like Lifebox, etc. How committed, is there any firm commitment from anybody else that might be interested in this area?
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. I'll let the community go into a little bit more detail. I don't know how firm those commitments are. I know they provided letters of support stating that they do have real interest in moving to the Shoshone area. I don't know if there have been any MOUs or anything like that signed, but I'm happy to move it over to Mayor, and it looks like Christopher is ready to answer that question as well.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Christopher, whoever's ready there.
If this is Mayor Joel Highsmith. Lifebox is a startup company. They're if they've applied for some grants and working on funding to put their operation together. And they're basically involved in safety, school safety, and but they're working on, they have a patent on their device, but they are a startup company. The other company, DNR Concrete, they are existing business in Riverton, and they're very interested in purchasing land there to open up another office here in Shoshone. They are, like I said, they're based out of Riverton, local construction company.
So Mayor Highsmith, these two companies would also be using, if they came to Shoshone, they'd be using this sewer project also?
Yes, they would, and it's very important. We have water out there already, we have no sewer. So without a doubt, and they spoke briefly of a company that they were from California, Lobby Company. They're a well-established family-owned business, been in business, 30 years, leaving California. They were going to bring 20 jobs. You can find them on the internet. They make pet shampoo, they're pet supplies. They're high-end clippers and stuff like that. They're very impressed with what we had. We could not build fast enough. We needed this infrastructure for them. And they were looking at a 60,000 square foot building or bigger is what they wanted to build here. But they were bringing in initially 20 well-paying jobs, but they loved our school. They set up a quick, they came up and visited, flew out to California and looked at Shoshone. They drove through us once and they really looked at Thermopolis and looked at Riverton and just drove through Shoshone. We had a realtor tell them, you ought to look at Shoshone because they're proactive there and they're trying to attract business and our real estate is less. We just couldn't build it fast enough. We gave them a tour of the school. I got a hold of the superintendent. We work very close with our school, and we really have a good school. I think that was the thing that really made it over the top for us because of our great school system. But just unable to do this.
Thank you.
Chris, did you have something to add?
Yes, sir. This is Chris Koja. I'm the clerk, treasurer, and chief of police as well. And just to add that right now, the expansion of the Wyoming mushrooms is not just their core business. They have the plans for a grocery store. When I say plans, they are asking when the sewer would be developed. They brought their architect over here 2 weeks ago to start designing it, and they want to get that in as soon as possible, which would service the whole town, as well as a cafe in that business park area. They are ready to move forward with and begin construction with upon having the availability of sewer. So those are two. Those will actually add additional jobs separate from their core business as the Wyoming Mushroom Farm.
Thank you. Pam?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Mr. Committee Chair. Was there a reason this didn't come under business committed? I'm just looking at the numbers. There's 113 acres owned by the town and 160 acres owned by Wyoming Mushroom. And it's going through this. I did see that Wyoming Mushroom did put in 50,000 for the cash match. I just was wondering why, the numbers, I don't know, I just guess I would like to question why it didn't come in as a business committed.
Thanks, Pam. And I'm happy to help answer that. When we looked at this project, that was one of my first questions too. Oh, Wyoming mushrooms, why not? But it really is a readiness project because it's really about residential property and expanding that commercial property. And yes, it's going to help Wyoming mushroom farms to expand. But even if they weren't there, this would still be a great readiness project because it's opening up lots for future commercial development and for future residential development, which is very much needed in the community and has been identified as a need for the community. And so for those reasons, that was why staff felt that it was more of a readiness than necessarily a business committed.
Mr. DeVore?
The question is for Chris. Does Shoshone currently have a grocery store at all?
We do not. We do have a master plan that was just completed. And one of the core aspects that was identified was the need for a community grocery store, not only by community members, but the surrounding area, as our nearest availability for any kind of supplies is the local convenience store Fastlane, which is also expanding their business about triple the size of its current, which is not really associated directly with this project, but we don't have that. And also the secondary was a cafe. We did used to have a cafe here in Shoshone that closed down. And so there's no longer that community aspect where people can go and congregate for those community events and type things like that, which is what we've been trying to do as a community. And this plan would be able to accomplish both of those core identified aspects from the master plan as well.
That's wonderful. Just to give a little context, I lived in a community for 8 years that didn't have a grocery store. And the nearest grocery store was 20, 25 miles away. And that doesn't sound very far, but it's far when you live in that community. So I am excited.
Local bread.
I am excited for you. Thank you.
This is Mayor Highsmith again. I would just like to add, when we looked at our master plan, the two number one businesses that the community said we needed was the cafe and a grocery store. So that was the community's two top needs that we needed.
Thank you. Noel, I've got a quick question, if I may. I know this alludes to a sewer line, and a majority of the funding is going into that side of the equation. What other infrastructure is going in? Is there curb and gutter or any of that kind of thing, or is it's really just the sewer line to be able to deal with the waste, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Committee Chair. It's just the sewer line.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board or to our representatives of the project? Very good. Again, do we have anybody from a public comment standpoint out there?
I do have one of the interested parties that just happens to be present. If he's available, I can field any questions for him, or you can maybe get some context to kind of what his plans were. It's Dwayne Robinson, DR Concrete. He did express one of the letters of support for the project.
Very good. Yes, if you'd like to speak, certainly if he can add to the project, and again, stating who he is and his support and keeping comments brief to help us to a decision, that'd be great.
I'd like to put in a farm. That's what I'm talking about. Who am I talking to?
Hello?
Council. Well, I'm Dwayne Raymond.
Hi,
I'm
Dwayne.
DR Concrete over in Riverton, and I've been looking at putting this bar and grill out here for since, I don't know, last year.
Great.
I got a 40 by 50 building I'd like to set up out there and put it in, and that's my plan if this all goes through.
Thank you. So obviously you're in support of the project.
What do you say? We thought about putting in a truss plant over on the other side over here, but I don't know, with the impact we got over in Riverton, we tried to get some meat processed, and I don't know if a processing plant might be a better deal for income here. I mean, they got a 2-month wait on processing right now. And it sounds like the way things are going with the beef guys out here around the valley, they're not going to, because they're bringing them in and having them cut them up for them, and then the beef sellers are actually, the ranches are actually selling their own beef right now. So, I mean, there's actually a couple ways to go about it. I mean, for me, it would be more of a, once this all goes through, whatever, I would check to see what's going to be the most, the best for business, I guess. I mean, I've always wanted to just have a bar and grill because I was kind of going to let my daughter run the construction company, and then I got my own beef. I got my own cows and stuff, so I was going to let my other daughter run that with her husband, and I was thinking about building this bar and grill to get out of the labor of the construction that I do now.
Very good. Well, thank you for that input. Anyone else out there to our knowledge?
The queue looks clear, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Warren. Well, let's go ahead with the third project then. Chris, Joel, thank you for your help.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The third project is the Jackson Summit Community Connector Project. The town of Jackson is requesting $52,926 community project grant for the installation of 15 ski lift chairs in various locations along North and South Cash Street via the Jackson Town Square to the base of the Snow King Resort. The route was chosen to connect the Jackson Town Square to the historic Snow King Resort, and the chairs were previously used at Snow King Resort. The chairs would be curated as one public art installation that encourages the public to experience all the separately installed historic ski lift chairs. Some will be installed as swings and some as fixed chairs. Each installation site will include a historic preservation plaque to showcase Snow King's 75-year history. The goal of this installation is to encourage walkability along the street between businesses, the Center for the Arts, historic neighborhoods, Town Square, and Snow King Base. The community anticipates this will increase visitor flow, retail spending, and business development. There has already been some coordination between public and private land access, and 13 sites have been approved with 10 other pending options. The community anticipates completing installation in April, May of 2022, so the chairs can be available for use during Old West days on May 25th through the 28th. Finally, with the new $20 million private capital investment in Snow King Mountain Resort this year, and they were a previous recipient of Business Council investment of $750,000 in 2012 and 2013, the town has a vision to honor the past while celebrating the new era, which will be opening in the summer of 2022. From an administrative side, having some of the art pieces on private land is doable, but it can be complicated to manage. So what would have to occur is the town and each of the private owners would need to have a long-term lease, long-term operations and maintenance plan, and possibly a long-term MOU so the town can access the private site. We would also have to kind of think through the number of provisions, such as if the private property that a piece was on was sold, would the new owner be on the hook for that same operation and maintenance plan or the MOU? Those are just some details that we would have to iron out if this project were to go forward because of that private land piece of it. So moving on to the evaluation component, since this was just a community project, there's no job quality or company strength. So we looked at community engagement and state considerations. From a community engagement perspective, the community has conducted wide outreach and garnered support from many businesses and community members for this endeavor. Snow King Mountain is donating the 15 ski lift chairs valued at $1,500 each. The town of Jackson is contributing a $5,000 cash match, and partnership efforts have resulted in 15 sponsors contributing $2,500 each. For state considerations, while the community believes that this project aligns with the state strategic plan, the investments team analysis determined that this project does not fit with the economic development goals established for the BRC program. Community projects are intended to assist communities with making themselves more attractive for business development or workforce attraction and or retention under a specific strategy or plan of action. The investments team assessment is that this project is more in line with a visitor experience than business development or workforce attraction or retention. Thus, the investments team does not recommend funding, as we feel it does not align with the BRC program goals. Happy to answer any questions, and I do believe that there are some chamber representatives online to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this stage? Maybe just a comment from me. I know it's always difficult when a recommendation comes in as a no, but recognizing the goals and intent of the program itself is really important as we work through this. And I think one of the mixed messages that can come through a project like this is, although it might not be good from a Wyoming Business Council standpoint for funding, doesn't take away for how valuable the project might still be to a community and its efforts and what it's trying to pull off. And so I kind of shape that because I know that decisions like this from the staff come as disappointments to the communities as they're trying to find ways to continue to differentiate themselves and help their economic base and do the things that they're trying to do. And so I wanted to preface that because I know we have some representatives on the phone from Jackson who obviously be disappointed in the staff recommendation, and certainly we want to hear and make sure that we're not missing anything through that equation. But like I've done in all of the priors, please, as you have those opportunities to speak, provide your name and your position, and then share what is relevant that we may have missed in the evaluation process and trying to be concise on those matters. And so with that being said, I'll ask one more time, any questions from the board in regards to the project? And then I know we want to give proper due to the representatives from Jackson who went through all the hard work to provide for this application. And I see we maybe have the chamber on board.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my name is Anna Olson. I'm the current president CEO of the Jackson Hole Chamber of Commerce. I'm also joined by Kerry Geraci, I believe is on here from Public Art, Brian Stanley, who's the general manager of Snow King, and Johnny Zeem from the town of Jackson. We are grateful, very grateful for the chance to speak today, and do recognize and respect staff decision. This is an opportunity to maybe share a couple of other pieces. I have actually been an applicant who received a negative staff approval last time, but the board took a change of heart having heard public comments. So I think it's a great process. So thanks very much. We are obviously a tourism economy in Jackson. It is the second largest state economy. It is the #1 private industry hirer. And I think that while the staff looked at this as a visitor experience, I just would like to point out a couple of the economic pieces that I think are worth a second thought. From the site, designcouncil.org, retailers look at a good quality public environment to improve trading by attracting more people into the area. It is shown, for example, that well-planned improvements to public spaces within town centers can boost commercial trading by up to 40% and generate significant private sector investment. Just as a point of context, last summer, June, July, and August, Teton County collected sales tax collections of $17.5 million, lodging tax collections of $5.1 million. That's just 3 months in the summer. Investing in the product in Teton County will undoubtedly result in economic investment through either sales and lodging tax or through the realities of what investing in public structure can do. National Recreation and Park Association indicates parks and recreational sites are powerful engines of economic activity. In the US alone, local parks and park sites generate more than $166 billion in economic activity, including higher real estate values, health and wellness benefits, tourism, and economic development. I won't continue much further because I'd like the other two to make a comment. But the Business Council's support of this investment would be seen so positively in our economy, where we could see just a small 56,000, over half of this project is being matched by local business. They see the productivity, the possibility of these type of things. We have to encourage tourism to come back. And this type of investment is exactly what that's about. As someone who's worked in tourism in this community for over 25 years, we just cannot sit back and expect people to come back to the same old thing. While we have a very, very special area here, and we're really, really lucky, I would honestly ask you to consider a very small investment in a tourism economy with a product that has great support from not just local, but from data national wide, that these type of placement pieces will generate more time on town, more sales tax collection, and a better experience. This is not just about giving someone to sit. And with that, I'll pass it off to the others on the call. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for those comments.
So this is Carrie Geraci with Jackson Hole Public Art. If I may proceed, Chairman?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. And I would just like to address the one concern about the public-private partnerships. We heard that concern and we have addressed that with the fact that Nelson Engineering will be drafting and providing legal easements between the town and the host sites of this infrastructure that we'll be developing. And then just to add very briefly to Anna's comments is, this is a wonderful creative placemaking project that has very strong community investment. And we've all seen that engaging public spaces are vital to downtown vitality. And I would also say this project will very much benefit the downtown workers and residents, by especially seniors who have actually gone out and requested additional seating availability. And so there is a community benefit to this, not just a visitor benefit, but I will also comment that the interpretive features are being developed in collaboration with the Jackson Hole Historical Museum and Society, and they will be museum quality. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on the public side?
We have a hand raised from Ryan Stanley. Mr. Stanley, you can speak. Please identify yourself and your affiliation before making your comment, sir.
Hello, my name is Ryan Stanley, Chairman, members of the board. It's great to speak to you today. I'm the President and CEO and General Manager at Snow King Mountain Resort. We are the oldest ski resort in the state of Wyoming. And there's a spectacular history that goes along with skiing in the state of Wyoming that begin here right on Snow King Mountain. These chairs aren't the original chairs from 1939, but they are from they are 40 years old, and they do have some amazing heritage for our community and the state. Just a couple things that I wanted to add on to Anna's point of how this has some real business relevance for a tourism economy. I guess the way that it resonated with me was I was in a similar town in the region with my family and ended up sitting on these chairs and taking pictures of the family between going shopping, out to lunch, that type of thing. And so I think it's that experience of, looking back at a photo and saying, yeah, I'd like to go back and visit that place again. I had a great time. Here's a memory that really resonated with me. And then, people hang out more, they have a good time, they spend some money, and that's really what our economy is about here in Jackson. So that's how I got bought into this concept of donating chairs to the project from Snow King. And we're going to be essentially matching what's going on there and putting about 15 chairs at the base of the mountain and up on top of the mountain as well, with our own funding out of our own accord. So understand you guys' considerations and appreciate the time considering this grant.
Thank you, Ryan. Does that create any other conversation for the board? All right. With that, Noelle, let's move on to the last project.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our final project before you today is the Shoshone Full Service Hotel Feasibility Study. The town of Shoshone requests a $25,000 BRC planning grant to select a consulting firm to investigate the feasibility of a full service hotel in Shoshone. This need was identified in Shoshone's town master plan completed in 2021. Shoshone is located on a major transportation crossroads of Highway 20 and 26 for Wyoming's tourism and outdoor recreation endeavors. The community sees many visitors traveling to and from Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks, as well as the Boysen Reservoir, which is a major fishery. In 2019, 1.4 million visitors traveled west and 1 million traveled north, according to data collected by the Wind River Visitors Council. The town also anticipates their RV park to be full already for next season. There is also a need to support contractors working in the oil and gas industry, and the local school has expressed a need for a hotel to host visitors attending athletic and other events that require overnight stays. Currently, teams and families that do participate have to travel to Riverton, which is about a 20-minute drive, or Thermopolis, which is about a 35-minute drive for overnight accommodations. Again, there's no job quality or company strength, as this is a planning grant, but the community engagement and state considerations we did look at. This project does fit well with local economic development goals, and there is strong local support and engagement. The need was identified during a town master planning process earlier this year. Right now, Shoshone only has one hotel, and it is not open for general business as it needs renovations. An energy company has paid to have several rooms updated so they can house some employees there, but it is not an ideal situation. At one point in time, the community actually had 7 hotels, but now they're down to just the one that's not technically open. But over the years, the town really has been working hard towards their economic and community development needs. They applied for a WCDA grant to help with the funding to purchase the abandoned motel, as well as the Lip Rippers bait shop businesses that were rated as urban blight. They have $20,000 participation in that grant, and they also are participating in a grant with DEQ to do some asbestos removal. There is definite potential to attract some hoteliers to the area. There is a letter of support from an interested hotelier in your materials. For state considerations, this project aligns with the state's economic development strategy by encouraging the community to develop their own unique identity. Shoshone has leveraged their community assets by working with partners to develop effective approaches to economic and community development for their rural community. The investments team believes that founding is foundational for any community, and Shoshone is moving forward with a smart approach to determine what will work best for their community. The investments team does recommend funding as requested, and happy to answer any questions. And I believe Mayor Highsmith and Chris are on to answer questions as well.
Questions from the board? Alex.
Since this is my area of business, I guess I should ask a question. I just wonder, is there a specific location, a size or scope of project, or is the study proposed just a very general study to try to determine the size, scope, and even location of the project?
That's exactly what the scope would be, is to determine the need, the viability, and be able to use that as a aspect to be able to bring interested parties in to do so, and where to build it, how big it should be, and have that information so we can tailor make a proposal for interested parties to construct a motel.
Thank you. And then just one follow-up question. Would the sewer project that we just discussed have any impact on the feasibility of this project?
I believe it would, with the amount of opening up of jobs. We also have a very active school that hosts many events and championships and whatnot. And so when they do host those, a lot of the visitors have to stay in Thermopolis and or Riverton in some cases to be able to be present with their kids at our activities that do take place. So it does kind of intertwine with that as well.
Thank you.
Alex, this is John, and Nicole, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but in a more direct answer to that question, I don't think that the hotel from a feasibility standpoint is necessarily going to be aligned along the route that the new sewer project is coming. It could be ultimately, but I don't think that it's far enough along, if that was the question you're trying to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
I believe Mayor Highsmith was trying to respond, but his speaker's not working. I'll see if I can get him to use mine, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Mayor Highsmith, you are enabled to speak, sir, but you'll have to turn off the mute on your end. We see you have your hand raised.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I didn't see the mute. The only thing I would like to add, right now, the motels, we don't know where the location is going to be. I do know the end of 2019, we did have a company coming and looking at a potential motel, and one of the spots they were looking at was on the west end of town, which would bring the sewer line we're putting in would be very close to that area. But, as Chris stated, the studies determine, what's going to be our best location. There's multiple locations, some city-owned land that it could be put on, and what type of motel is it? Going to be a mom and pop thing? What's going to work for our area? And maybe it'll tell us that Riverton, Lander, Thermopolis rooms can handle it all, and we don't need anything in Shoshone. But I don't believe that's the fact. But what should the motel? I like the idea of a lot of small cabins, but should it be a Holiday Inn or none of those questions? I'm not in the business, so I don't know the answer. But we would use that for a marketing tool, because we definitely have one businessman is very interested in, and I was just recently contacted by somebody else. But we'd use this as a marketing tool to help us, and I believe it'd be a real asset to our community. I know the school district has requested that's one on their goals. Rooms they have athletic events here, and no place for them to stay, no place for them to eat right now either. That's all I just wanted to add.
Thank you, Mayor. Kim, I see you have a question.
For Joel or Chris, is the intent of the community after this feasibility report is done, comes back, tells you what size is the right scale, to come back to business council or an eventual grant? Or
No.
is it not? Okay.
Yeah, that's not our intent. We just want to use it as a marketing tool to attract somebody in. I know who's I've talked to in the past. It's very serious. I believe they have their own funding.
Nice answer, Joel.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And I was just going to add on for Ms. DeVore. Fremont County recently did a 1/4 cent special use tax. And so the community has looked at maybe using some of their tax money to go towards the actual infrastructure completion of whatever the feasibility fund study could say. So
That's an even better answer, Noel. Thank you. Combined, those were spectacular answers. That's what we love to see.
any other questions? And then any public comment? All right, I think that gets us through the presentations of the projects. So with that, we go into individual votes for support and staff recommendation. And Noel, will you do me a favor? And I know I kind of put you on the spot to do this already, but can you rehash for us the staff recommendations for each of the projects that we can then move toward the vote on?
yes, Mr. Committee Chair. So Project Bison, staff is recommending funding as requested. For the Shoshone Business Park Sewer Infrastructure, staff is requesting funding as requested. For the Jackson Summit Community Connector Project, staff does not recommend funding as requested. And finally, for the Shoshone Full Service Hotel Feasibility Study, staff recommends funding as requested.
All right, very good. So with that, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation for the Project Bison?
So moved.
There is a motion by Alex.
Second.
Maybe Mark beat Aaron to the punch, if I heard correctly. There is a second by Mark. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Staff recommendation to support the Town of Shoshone Business Park Sewer Infrastructure Project. Is there a motion?
I would move.
There's a move by Kim. There's
I'll
a second.
second.
There's a second by Kathy. All in favor of the project, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Is there a motion to accept the staff recommendation of not funding for the Summit Community Connector project in relationship to Jackson?
So moved.
There is a motion by Kathy to accept staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Looks like Aaron on that one for a second.
Got to get it to the floor for discussion.
Yeah, now we got to get it to the floor into discussion. So any discussion?
I'll offer one point of discussion. As a guy who lives in a community without a grocery store, Jackson is where my grocery store is located. For a point of clarification, I think we've used that reference, but I respect the recommendation of staff, and I appreciate the work. And I think there's probably some further conversations on the community project that program that we need to have. But in my time on the board, I've either been part of or been exposed to decisions of similar type projects, nothing quite along this line. I think of the trail project and the enhancement to the Sheridan community. And then I've also been made aware of a wayfinding project. I think it might have been in Laramie or another community that was not approved, and the reasoning behind those. It's tough to put an ROI behind a trail project or a wayfinding project. And I think we find ourselves in a similar situation here, trying to figure out just what is going to be the economic benefit of an interesting, maybe public art installation. But I do think that Ann Olson made a compelling argument about the activation and the ability to drive people where we want to go, where we want them to go, get them dispersed. I could see a business wanting to be located closer to one of these. I was in a community that had a installation of these painted horses, and people made it their mission to walk around and get a picture with every painted horse, and that of course brought them in front of other businesses. And it is a relatively small ask. So those are some of my thoughts on this project. Clearly, being a resident in Teton County, I've been a little bit more involved in some of the communications. And just to point out, none of our businesses are located remotely close to this location. So I thought I'd share some of my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Alex. I know that's always appreciated. Mark, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be kind of on a similar line there. I highly respect the staff's analysis, and for good reason. Problem I have is that I guess I spent too many years living in Las Vegas as a kid, and I would see and spend $1 million for temporary events, probably, and it seems so ridiculous in certain things, and things would just, it was just magical that would happen. Such a heritage there. I know that when you're down in the square of Jackson, it would definitely help to try to restrict people to disperse a little bit. And so while we can't necessarily quantify it in our rules, my gut says that there's an ROI in there somewhere, and the match, community support match, I personally I wouldn't hesitate for a moment to that's I'm just throwing my conscience out there. So,
No, thank you, Mark. Mr. Vore?
Okay, well, I'm probably gonna be the tough, well, let's go back to the early discussion this morning about discipline. And I 100%, I think this is awesome and this is cool. And it would be incredibly, it's just, I mean, the ski chair, everything makes sense and it fits in Jackson. I would ask the board from our own discipline level, our strategic plan. When I look at the projects, Alex, that you brought up, that's a perfect example. We have the project in Sheridan with the trails, and we have the project in Laramie with wayfinding. There is a distinction of why in Sheridan we said yes, although there was an inordinate amount of discussion, if you guys remember. And in Laramie, we said no with wayfinding, because we have said we are happy as a business council to invest in amenities and to invest in something that is not directly related to business, but improves the amenities in the town. When we feel like we can easily demonstrate attraction of workforce to solve for economic development challenges that we have that are in our control and our realm. And tourism is one, it's really hard for us right now to balance in between, is tourism our role to promote, or is tourism the Office of Tourism's role to promote? And is arts our role to promote, or is it the Office of Arts and Humanities? It's a really hard balance, you guys, and I get it. I think it's a wildly cool project. I think it'd be really awesome to see them. Do I think that business council economic development funds treated with strong discipline is the right funding factor? No, I don't. I'm challenged by that. And this is one of those really tough things because it's an awesome project.
Thank you, Kim. Any other comments or discussion from the board? Okay, with that, again, we have a motion and a second to accept the staff's recommendation of not funding the project. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
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 Given the break, Warren, we probably need to do an individual voice vote.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Coyne. Members of the board, I will call your name. Please respond with your vote so we can tally those down. Mr. Brown.
I am voting no.
Voting nay, Mr. Brown. Mr. Coyne.
I am voting yay.
Ms. DeVore.
Yes.
Mr. Easley is absent and excused. Mr. Klein.
I'm voting no.
Mr. Law.
No.
Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Ms. Thayer.
Yes.
Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
That is a vote of 5-3, Mr. Committee Chair. That motion does carry.
Thank you. And, appreciate the discussion and maybe just evidenced on how difficult this always is through this process. So thank you, everybody, for voting your conscience and helping this work the way it should. With that being said, the last one up for vote is the town of Shoshone for its planning grant for $25,000. Staff recommendation again is for support. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion by Pam. there a second?
Second.
Ooh, it sounds like we had a couple there. Warren, do you have somebody?
I heard Alex's voice loudest, but Mark, did I hear you in there first?
That's fine. I will defer to Mr. Klein.
So I have a motion by Ms. Thayer, a second by Mr. Klein.
All right, any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. With that, I think the work out of the investments committee is complete. I do want to give great appreciation for the staff who puts in hours that not everybody can understand or provides for consideration for in the hard work, and recognizing that at times there's just no easy answers. And so thank you for all of that. Josh, I see you have your hand up, so I will pass it over to you and get out of the way. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And before we turn it over to Madam Co-Chair, I do want to say that I feel like this was a really smooth presentation of all of the information, and I think it allowed for the right amount of commentary and the right amount of discussion to understand these. None of these projects are going to be tough, and I think as Madam Co-Chair said, the discipline to make sure that we are leveraging ourselves as best we can is going to be challenging. And again, leaders have a tough job, and I think us and others throughout the state realize that. And this is one of those that we'd love to fund them all, but I think we've got to think about where we are and where we fit the most, and where the projects fit the most. I do want to take that moment to say, the presentation of these pieces, it does make a bit of a difference for sure. But if you could see that project write-ups, and as you look at those project write-ups, you do understand the depth at which we go to these. And I think that having a lot in the evaluation tool, having the ability to look at the other projects that we've done over the course of the year and reconcile that has been really helpful for our team. So, and I'm sure it's been helpful for the board as well. So thank you all for spending time with these projects, and also thinking about the big job that we have within the state and how each of these does matter and set levels of precedence. So thank you. I appreciate the work of the board and the team to do that.
Josh, thank you very much, because it is hard. We would fund every single thing regardless of amount, large or small, if we could always go with our hearts. That is for sure. Thank you all very much. I cannot believe that I'm going to be able to say this. I think we're going to end up ahead unless I'm missing something. So other board matters. The very first item we need to cover is a nominating committee for 2022 board officers. So I have this really old practice with all of our Jonah bankers around here that if you're out of the room, you're in. So for 2022 board nomination, or the nominating committee, I am going to nominate Eric Ahrens, because he's not here, and Chuck Kenyon, because he's also not here. And I was trying to come up with a third that isn't here, and I think that's going to be Cindy. So Josh and Amy, if you guys would help me reach out to those three people to let them know we would love their nominations back to the board for our February meeting. That'll be great. Next meeting of SLIB to deliberate over our decisions today will be February 3rd. So if you have the ability to attend, I have no idea by then if they'll still be also allowing virtual attendance, but if you have the ability to attend, you're always welcome to attend in case there's questions. And standing committees will meet again quarterly. The dates are in your packet. The moment I actually say them out loud, they will all change. So I'm just not going to say them out loud today and not going to list them. And our next regular board meeting that I know 100% for sure, the dates will be in Cheyenne in person. So make sure you can get these on your calendar. It'll be awesome. This will be our last meeting with Mike Easley. I will commit to making sure he's there. And we can all say goodbye because it will be the end of his term. I know that. But it'll be February 23rd and 24th in Cheyenne. Uh-oh, Warren's already, oh, so does Josh. I already screwed something up.
I'll defer to Josh because I think he's going to say exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you, Mr. Appel. You might be right. I think I'm going to tell you that that date is still a tad fuzzy. It is, we're shooting for that week. What we have found out that because the session is going on during that time, it's a great time to have a board meeting because we are able to meet with legislators and talk about the cool things that we're up to. And that is a fantastic thing. However, it does create some logistical problems. There are other entities throughout the state that have their annual meetings at that time in Cheyenne. So it is proving to be a bit challenging. Once we confirm a block of rooms, we have a location for the board meeting. Once we confirm a block of rooms, we will get the date. It's actually looking like it might be earlier in the week. So if board members could please just for now stay a little flexible, but maybe consider blocking out that week and protecting that week a bit, we'll have more intel unless Ms. Grenfell is going to tell us that she's already got a block of rooms.
Oh, no, this has become a game. This is awesome. Who's going to raise their hand next?
Yeah, I can't tell you that, but it may, as Josh indicated, it may shift. It's not going to shift too early in the week, probably just earlier by a day, but we will confirm that. So as Mr. Jarrell mentioned, it may be wise to block out that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of that week until we can finalize.
Well, that's not bad. I'll take that. Not bad. So thank you for the clarification. So now 22nd, 23rd, or 24th, just stay tuned to hear what those final dates are. We are really trying to fix some crazy glitches in our calendar and how they've always worked. It always seems like we have that meeting in March, which means board members who are falling off cannot officially attend because their date is up as of the end of February. And then brand new board members, which you've all been in this boat. I was in this boat. You find out from the governor's office that you received the nomination and you're on the board, and then you're asked to be in another town in the state 2 days later. And you have very little time to acclimate to what that board is responsible for, and your orientation can't happen. So we're really trying to give more length of time for that so that we can bring on new board members and not make them feel like, let's just say they're drinking, maybe they drink from a fire hose instead of a sewer pipe, which is probably what it feels like when you first come on. So anyway, keep those dates in mind. And as always, thank you all so much for your service. Thank you for what you've done for the state, what you continue to do. And thank you for your insights and your business acumen that we get to capitalize in every day. And staff, thank you very much for the hard work you do to bring all of this together each quarter. We appreciate it. And to the community applicants that joined us, thank you for going through the many hoops we require to apply for these grant and loan funds. And thank you for being understanding of when we have really tough decisions and when some decisions feel easier. So I appreciate all of you. And most importantly, Merry Christmas. Have a great holiday, and everyone travel safely wherever you might be going if you're going somewhere. Anything else, Mr. Durrell?
Madam Co-Chair, I think we're going to meet our goal of being on time. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care.
Did you want a motion to adjourn?
Oh, crud. Yes. Thank you. Aaron, are you motioning to adjourn?
I am motioning to adjourn.
All right. Would anyone like to second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, all in favor of Aaron's motion to adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Hey.
Opposed? All right, we are officially adjourned. Now take care.
Take care and Merry Christmas.